seem to understand. I'm not locked in here with you.
That's it! You're locked in here with me!
All right. I'm back. It's Radio Baloney Live on Friday nights. First time in 2 weeks. I am your host, Richie Baloney. Hope everybody's doing well. We already got some people in the chat. Antipop, how you doing, sir? Good to see you. Yes, and we are going to talk about Maxime Bernier in this, in a positive light. And I know you're going to enjoy that. I Care 22, good to see you. Good to see you. And you know what, I Care 22? I also care. And you're saying, God bless you, your message, your hard work. Well, thank you. Thank you very, very much. Now, I guess it hasn't seemed like there's been a lot of hard work going on the last couple of weeks. Now, the last live stream was 2 weeks ago. So it was Friday 2 weeks ago. I was leaving on a road trip on the Sunday, the following Sunday. And I had big plans. I told you guys all about them. I had big plans. On the Saturday, I was kind of cut up. I was like, I'll cut up like 5 clips from the live stream, the best 5 parts, and I'll set those to release automatically during the week. And then on the Friday, you know what? I'll be in a hotel and I can do the live stream, probably even Sunday too. Guess what? Absolutely none of that happened. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Now, there was a little matter of me not being informed beforehand that everybody had COVID, which is the sort of thing you think somebody might mention beforehand. So, spoiler alert, I got sick, but not that sick, because you know what I did? Do you know what I did? I immediately went out and bought a bunch of vitamin D and then some vitamin C as well, and just started overdosing on that. So I did get a little sick on like the Thursday. I came down. I felt crappy for a couple of days. Not horrible. Not horrible, but, kind of crappy, but not terrible. Not like fever and sweating and like the last time I got sick, sweating and hallucinating and like my waking up every morning for like 5 days with the sheets just soaked with sweat. It was gross. So I didn't get like that because I took care of it early. This vitamin D thing, I'm a big believer in it. Big believer. And I did that right away. And my big fear was that, because I was leaving on the Monday, my big fear was that it's like a 9-hour trip, right? And you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do like a 8.5-hour, 9-hour trip back when you're like shaking and hallucinating from like a fever and like hacking and barking. You don't want that. That's not fun. I mean, it wasn't fun already. The trip up, I can't, I enjoy. I'm not a huge fan of driving fucking forever, but there were points in that. Listening to old CDs I hadn't heard in years and stuff. There was some fun. The way back did suck, but it didn't suck as much as it could have sucked. So anyway, I did absolutely fucking nothing. Jack shit. No work. I mean, I actually ended up having a good time because I didn't get like horribly ill, right? I still had a good time. I took some naps in the afternoon. It was still worth it, but yeah, I got nothing done. So I had these big plans I told you guys about and I did nothing. None of them. I let you down on every single point that I made. Let's see. We've got somebody called a gay actor named Michael Douglas in the chat. It says, I don't get sick. That's for weaklings. I think that's a positive message. I'm going to try and be more like a gay actor named Michael Douglas in the chat and just say the same thing. No, that's for weaklings. Am I sick? Am I sick? No, that's for weaklings. I'm going to do the exact same thing. I Care 22, $5. What the hell? Here's a donation horn. Thank you very much, sir. And that's early in the show to be getting a Rumble rant. That's awesome. Another set of applause here. He says vitamin D 10,000 per day. I was doing 2,500, and that seemed to do the trick. But maybe 10,000 is the way to go. All right. So anyway, I let everybody down. All right. Before we get into anything, I'm enjoying the chat already today. I always enjoy the chat, but it's getting even more fun early. A gay actor named Michael Douglas in the chat just said, "I have AIDS because that's what's popular now." What happened to AIDS? AIDS was all the rage for ages there. I mean, it was just AIDS everything. And then all of a sudden it's just gone. What's going on with that? I guess they got good drugs for it now. I care saying 2,500 vitamin D per day is not enough. He says more. Okay, sir, I'm going to take your word for it. Maybe vitamin D is good for AIDS, and that's why we don't hear about it so much anymore. I don't know. I feel like it's been an underrated vitamin for a long time. All right. Anyway, hope everybody's had a great 2 weeks. It's good to see everybody already in the chat. And yeah, what are we going to talk about tonight? Well, there's a bunch of stuff. I want to talk a little bit about the season 4 of The Boys, because I find it's such a car wreck. I can't look away. I think they put out another episode last night. I haven't watched it yet, but I find it's like a fascinating look into the psyche of the modern leftist. We'll get into that. There's a lot that happened while I was away. One of the things that was kind of building and now has actually been passed was this SAVE Act, the elections, to prevent people voting illegally, or illegal immigrants, or people that are not legally allowed to vote from voting, which will not pass the Senate, it doesn't look like. But it's interesting. It's the response which always tells you, which is always so revealing. We'll take a little bit of a look at the act here, exactly what it's saying. What did I have here? Yeah, so I've got also some stuff I curated from Twitter regarding this with the reaction of Democrats to this act of not wanting people to vote illegally. And again, it's all very, very revealing. All right. We're going to talk about Maxime Bernier a little bit, who I've kind of neglected. I haven't talked about him that much. The PPC is, I think they're like 2% or 3% nationally. So it's not something I've really gotten onto, but more focused on the conservatives and obviously Trudeau and the liberals. But we're going to talk about it. He's going to talk about, he predicts that Trudeau will resign before the next federal election. So we'll take a look at that. Here, so then we have the part which is the longest part of the show every week. It is the stuff I have curated off Twitter during the week, and it's just lots of random stuff. I mean, here's like a monkey who's we'll have to get into it. I don't want to give away the surprise there, but all kinds of different stuff. Look at these memes, politics, Elon Musk, there's Rosie O'Donnell. I mean, all this crazy stuff. Look at that. She looks crazy. What is going on? Hobby horses? That's interesting. I'm fine with it for kids because, like, it's just playing, right? Like, it's just play. So for little kids, I'm fine with it. I don't know why anybody who's not a little kid would want to do it. Seems a bit strange to me. Lots of weird stuff. We'll make comments about this. I think personally this is a bad idea. I think this might be limiting your future options, but what do I know? Maybe that's everybody in like 50 years. Maybe that's you when you're like 5 in 50 years. Like your parents just do that to you. Who knows? Kind of feels like a bad idea now, though. So much stuff in here. And we will get into it all. Antipop says, if they let us phone in our votes, I'm going to change my voice the second time. Well, I guess that's what's coming next, isn't it? I mean, fortunately in Canada, we have pretty secure elections. It's not like the states at all. In fact, the states is really an outlier in terms of election security. For some reason, they've just decided. Well, we have no real interest in knowing who's voting or really checking up on anything or auditing anything. It is an outlier in the kind of first world, in the Western world. It's very strange. We have, of course, Grok versus Trudeau, which we do every week. What's going on here? Hold on. There we go. So every week we do something called Grok versus Trudeau, and my plan is to do this. My plan is to do this until Justin Trudeau is no longer in office. So I ask Grok, and Grok is the only AI. Grok is the Twitter AI. It's the only AI that will actually do this stuff. The rest of them, ChatGPT, no, way too woke. Won't even get started on this. It knows right away, nope, this is not okay. But Grok goes with it. Grok is fine with it. I think it has something to do with Elon. Elon told him just to cooperate with Radio Baloney. But there must be two things. So we get Grok to write a poem about Justin Trudeau, and there are two details that must always be in the poem. Justin Trudeau must do blackface, and he must get a vaginoplasty. And there's been many different ones. There's ones where he set up a blackface colony on the moon, and then he kidnapped Whoopi Goldberg and tried to impersonate her on The View, and all kinds of stuff. So for this one, it's quite interesting. I'll just tell you what it is now, and I'll show you the poem. I haven't even read the poem myself yet. I just typed this in before I started the stream. Write a poem about this. In an attempt to bolster his approval numbers, Justin Trudeau gets a vaginoplasty, has his skin permanently darkened, and uses the entire CBC budget to create and host a dance competition show in which a panel of diverse trans-disabled communists judge different dance routines by Justin Trudeau as he performs different themed dances as various famous Black women, such as Tina Turner, Michelle Obama, Harriet Tubman, and Rosa Parks. Trudeau is the only contestant because he's got to, have the spotlight. The show receives the highest CBC ratings of all time for any show, but also the worst critical reviews. By popular demand, the CBC is abolished the next day, and Justin Trudeau is launched into the sun by a giant cannon. A giant cannon, of all things. So I haven't even read what Grok came up with yet. But if you want to know what it came up with, well, we'll probably get to it in like an hour or two. Oh, that's another point. So, yeah, what we're going with now. We used to do 6 hours, 6.5 hours, 5.5 hours on a Friday night, once a week. So now we're gonna switch it up, and we're gonna do Friday. We're gonna do 4 hours. We'll go till about midnight, maybe 12:30, and then whatever's left over, whatever I haven't gotten to, because there's a ton of stuff that I've curated over the week. Whatever we haven't gotten to on a Friday night, then we're gonna do on Sunday. So I'll try and keep it to 4 hours, 4.5 hours, something like that on the Friday, and then maybe do 2-3 hours on the Sunday. I think 6 o'clock is a good time. So anyway, that's the new schedule. And I hope that I'm not going to totally blow that and fuck it up. I have trouble starting on time. Today was 7:40. Supposed to be 7:30. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me, frankly. When things get too dark, because the world can be kind of dark and depressing and kind of miserable, we go to the puppy palate cleanser. And this is a thing where we look at some adorable dogs, puppies, whatever, and they cheer us up a little bit from all of the horrible shit that's in the news. And we have a new one added too, thanks to Antipop. It's called Kitten Corner. And we take a look at some adorable kittens too. And it just makes us feel better after reading about all of the horrible, horrible shit going on in the world. Anyway, I mean, the whole thing isn't depressing. This whole show isn't depressing. There's lots of funny shit too. We got lots of memes in there. But some of it, yeah, it's kind of a bummer. All right. I'm just looking at the chat. I don't even understand what you guys are talking about. Picasso, Justin Castro, Macy Gray. I don't know. Where's this? All right. Anyway, let's just move on. Let's get started. I think it's time to get started. We've already been going like 20 minutes or something, at least since I started the one moment, please screen. All right. The Boys season 4. So it's kind of a train wreck. And it's consistently gotten worse. But this season 4 particularly is really badly done. But it offers this look into the mind of the modern leftist, right? And the producer of the show has gone out and said, come out and said, oh yeah, this show is really just about making fun of the right. That was what it was about the entire time. Now I watched season 1. Season 1 was pretty good, and it seemed to be, kind of fair. It was making fun of celebrity culture, which is kind of inherently left-wing now, obviously. Hollywood is a monoculture, right? But also making fun of the right and left. But it was, I think, fairly well written. Everything wasn't just right on the nose. It was satire. It was decent satire. Season 2 started to get a little bit on the nose, but there was some good writing in there. I thought it kind of transcended the kind of bias that you could see, developing. Season 3, I thought it started to go downhill, although the character Soldier Boy was hilarious. I don't know if he was unintentionally hilarious or what, but he was just a hilarious character. He was funny. Now, season 4, they've just gone all out. They should just call the show Trump Derangement Syndrome. Is what they should call it. Trump Derangement Syndrome season 4. It's just so transparent at this point. It's so on the nose with everything. It's actually just weird. It feels like projection, in fact. So what do we have here? We've got the critical score is, of course, 93%. So if it's terrible and obvious and on the nose and partisan and political in the right way, 93%. Perfect. Character, story, none of that. Plot, none of that matters. Is it going the right way in terms of the real narrative, the narrative they really care about? Yes, it does that. Audience score 52%. So on Rotten Tomatoes, I think you can just take off like 10 or 20% from the audience score to what it really is. They seem to fiddle around with these things a little bit, don't they? But what's happening in season 4? Well, in season 4, the big thing seems to be to just every caricature that is right-wing, far right. There's no kind of centrist in this, by the way, either, right? In season 4, they're no longer making fun of the left at all. Now they are just angels. They're perfect. They're heroes. All of them. And anybody who's not them is just a insane, far-right Nazi lunatic. And also utterly and totally degenerate and perverse. Now, of course, there are hypocrites, right? Of course, there are people that would have the most kind of pious talking points that aren't. We've seen that before, but they're the exception. It's not not everybody who says well, I don't know about this, I don't know about this, sex changes for kids thing. Not every one of them is secretly a degenerate, right? But everybody who is not a leftist in this show is an absolute degenerate freak monster with just these cartoon characters. I mean, I know it's about superheroes, right? But these cartoonish beliefs, right? So it's destroying your suspension of disbelief, because The Boys isn't actually a comic strip. It's supposed to be it's supposed to be a satire. It's supposed to be adult. Right? It's supposed to be complex. The characters are supposed to be complex, right? But it's really kind of devolved out of that. I thought we'd take a look at the audience score and see what they're saying here. Because when things do get too political, it's just bad. Nobody likes it. Even if they don't know, even if they don't notice the politics, right? Left-wing politics is so ubiquitous in media right now that a lot of people just don't even really notice it. But what are the critics saying? What are the people who don't like it saying? They're saying bad writing, character changes, and nothing clever about the dialogue. It is no longer a satire or allegory. The octopus is the only good thing. Actually, the octopus is okay. From elated to deflated, it just keeps getting worse. Sad. There's nothing political in these comments yet. I am the biggest fan of this series. I cannot wait for The Boys to have new season and enjoyed 1, 2, and 3. This season, I swear to God, I saw only the first 5 minutes of the new season and closed it and said bye to the series. Well, this seems to be a little bit contradictory here. I guess he's saying he was the biggest fan of the series. Let's see. It felt like a different show from that 5 minutes I watched. I hope I am wrong and people say it's good. I never look at rating from staff review. Only what people say I trust. Okay, this is really poorly written, but whatever. People are correct 95% of the time. Yeah, I think that the audience review is correct 95% of the time, but still nothing political. And keep in mind, the show is explicitly political and partisan, right? It is going after, the producer of the show has said, we're going after conservatives. Let's see. Here's somebody who liked the show. I love this season, but I like Soldier Boy more. But a train redemption arc. Now that's fire. Yeah, it's really not that fire. It's actually kind of cliched and poorly written, but all right. Well, this one, 1.5 stars. This season starts out decent with the first 4 or 5 episodes, but the 6th episode just goes completely off the rails. It's as if the writers just completely gave up on writing a decent, compelling script and instead decided to bash half their audience. Truly disappointing. So here's somebody who was fine with the first 3 seasons, the first 4 or 5 episodes. So I'm guessing not somebody who's highly politically partisan, because if they were, they would have dropped the show before that. It just got too obvious, too on the nose, and it ruined the story because it's just bad storytelling. Let's see what else we got here. Two and a half stars, a significant step down from previous seasons, still worth watching, but easy to lose interest for large portions of each episode. I'm not seeing anything really partisan in this. I'm seeing somebody who said, that, they're just deciding to bash half of their audience. I mean, you can do that if it's subtle, right? And people will forgive it. You could maybe transcend that. But when it's so on the nose, when it's so obvious, when you're not even trying, when you're actually saying, like, look, you can't ignore the political messaging in this, that's just bad for storytelling. People just aren't going to like that, anybody, because it's just, the show won't be fun anymore. So what are people saying that love the show? Let's see. Here's one, 3.5 stars. Season 4 started a bit slow and took an unnecessary detour with Frenchie, but it really starts to pick up as it progresses. Still shocking and hilarious in bits, and still surprising when you least expect it. I'm enjoying the parody of the MAGA cult at Vought. So there's somebody, 3.5 stars. That's somebody who liked the show. And what are they liking? They're liking the parody of the MAGA cult, as they call it, as this person calls it, at Vought. So here's somebody, a leftist, who's liking who's liking the obvious politics in it. Here's one. This is honestly the best season so far. It's not a perfect show, but it is damn near. Love all the Easter eggs. Homelander is crazier than ever. This to me feels like it was written by some like PR agency. And I think, do we know how much of what we see is just either like troll farms in like China or something, at warehouses with like, 1,000 phones with people just shitting on things all together as parts of like some psyop? How much of it is just PR people just creating fake accounts and just this feels scripted, right? This is too on the nose for me, but maybe it's not. I don't know. Here's another one, 4.5 stars. This show continues to impress me, and this season is no exception. The storylines have become more complex. The characters are increasingly well-rounded compared to previous seasons. That's not true. And the stakes are higher than ever before, except the stakes don't matter because the whole thing is so dumb. You just don't care because the characters are not increasingly well-rounded, because they're actually just becoming more and more caricatures. You don't care what happens, which means there are no stakes. But anyway, I consider the show to be one of the standout television series running today. I understand that it may challenge some viewers because it reflects certain uncomfortable truths about our society. Here we go. So this is why they made it. This is why they wrote it the way they did, because this is the kind of feedback that they want, right? We agree with somebody saying, we agree with your politics. Yes, everybody who's not you, who's not us, is evil. That's what this is all about. If it doesn't resonate with you, that's okay. There are plenty of other options to watch. Again, this is the whole, and I think even the producer of the show even said, like, yeah, if you don't like it, don't watch. Yeah, we're making fun of you in a really embarrassing way, I have to say. I mean, it's like it's a car crash. It's a car wreck, this whole thing. It's one of those shows that it's bad, but you can't look away from it because you're like, again, for me, it's like some sort of psychological study of the mind of the modern left. It seems to embody so much of what we see and what we talk about on streams like this. Here, another one. Jose A. Must-see show about the possible state of the union. So the people who are criticizing it aren't getting into politics. They're just saying, yeah, this show is just bad. This sucks. The plot's terrible. The characters are bad. Not good. Boring. Here, not sure if the director or writer changed, but this season has no excitement like the previous seasons. This is a 0.5 star review. Since there is so much possible in the boys' universe, it's very sad to see it went in this boring direction. So we're seeing from the people criticizing it, there's not really any politics in that. They're just saying, yeah, this show is just bad now. We liked it before, right? We liked the other 3 seasons. We all clearly had a leftist leaning to them. But this one, it just sucks because they gave up on trying to tell an entertaining story and just wanted to ram their politics down your throat. But the people who like it, who the show is really for, they're talking about how much they like how much they do like the politics in it. Must-see show about the possible state of the union. Was that really what anybody was drawn to the boys for? At the beginning of season 1, episode 1, they wanted to see a show about the possible state of the union. I would love to see the viewing stats, the ratings on Amazon for the boys. I'm guessing, I mean, it has to. I mean, we've got an audience score of 52% for a show with this big budget that was beloved in the first season. I think even into the second season. I think that would tell you that a lot less people are watching it, that they had a good thing, and of course they couldn't help themselves but fucking ruin it for their own vanity, for their own cheap, petty vanity. It must be frustrating to be an executive at Amazon if you're sane, I guess. I don't know. It seems like they just can't be stopped from ruining things, so that they can virtue signal. It's really quite incredible. And this whole thing is projection to me. These right-wing characters, and like the Heritage Foundation is in it, as if they're like super Nazis. They're just like a milquetoast conservative think tank. All this freaking out about Project 2025. Heritage Foundation is just a think tank. That's it. They're not that big of a deal, right? But the Heritage Foundation is, of course, evil, right? Evil with plans to take over the world. It's just fucking stupid. I mean, it is just idiotic. And again, when I say projection, I mean, they have all these characters. I mean, aside from the fact that they've made Butcher weak and kind of pathetic now, and, so they've ruined that character and all of the other kind of stuff around, all the other kind of DI stuff around it, of course, which has to be in there. But they've made like every evil right-wing character, which is you, by the way. If you don't agree with them 100%, you're also evil right-wing. But they made every one of those just this utter degenerate sexual freak. And that's why I say it feels like projection. All these characters, the Heritage Foundation, all these secret degenerates doing these things that the modern left actually celebrates. That's why it feels like projection. I mean, everything in it, the left would say is good and living your best life. That's what they would normally say, but I guess they're going for the hypocrisy thing. Again, it feels like projection. These are all things that they actually like. These are all things they celebrate. They celebrate it for a month. Just whatever. I mean, pride parades aren't about gay rights anymore. Back in the 70s, 80s, there's a bunch of guys wearing like suits walking down the street saying, yeah, I mean, stop, like, I don't know, like arresting us, or, we want to get married, something like that. Totally not about that anymore. All the stuff, all the degenerate stuff they have, the conservative characters doing in season 4 of The Boys, it's all stuff they actually celebrate. And it's just really weird, right? This is all what they could think is living your best life. And the thing is, I don't think that, what they're calling conservatism these days, all the names, all the titles, all the categories have shifted and be mixed up as the left changes the meaning of every word. But what they're calling conservatism these days, I don't think really cares about people's kinks or what they do at home. They just don't want them doing it in public in front of their kids. I don't think that makes you evil or far right or any of these things. That doesn't make you a fascist. Seems to be kind of like you do your own thing, but, hey, there's kids around. That doesn't seem to be totally nuts to me. That doesn't feel oppressive to me at all. I don't care what people do. But, like, there do have to be some accommodations made to everybody else. I mean, it just seems kind of fair, right? Like, maybe don't teach that stuff in the schools. How about that? That seems fair. We've talked about it. We've decided. We don't want you to tell our children that they're born in the wrong body and then keep that a secret from us. It shouldn't be difficult. But it's all, as I say, it's all projection. It's all projection. It's all mirroring. It's like everything about the leftist narrative about threat to democracy or misinformation or intolerance. It is all pure projection. And it's all in this show. This show is the embodiment of all of the left's projection. Again, I think it's fascinating. It's a fascinating study into far left psychology. And the other thing you notice is it's extremely childish. The storytelling is childish. The characterizations are childish. Seems to be a bit of a theme. Anyway, that's my first rant of the evening. What are you people saying? Well, let's see. In the chat, we have a gay character named Michael Douglas saying that, talking about Trudeau here, he is the love child of Castro, and his mother, he is the love child of Castro and his mother, who was the wife of the Canadian PM. That's right. He sure looks like him. I think he's got a point. Now, since we're done with the boys here, let's see. Justin Trudeau, Castro, or we'll do Fidel Castro. Okay. Let's take a look at some images. Well, that's Margaret Trudeau in this picture here. That's Margaret Trudeau there, and that's Trudeau there. That's Fidel Castro, and that's Justin Trudeau there. So, and Pierre is over here, so he was around. Let's see, I wonder if they've all been edited off, but so here we go. Look at this. Oh, I hate it when that happens. All right. Okay. So how can I get this bigger? You know what I'll do? Here we go. No, that doesn't really work. That just made it smaller. Oh, here we are. Okay, so let's take a look here. So there's Justin Trudeau, and there's a young Fidel Castro. I noticed some similarities. The nose, lips, the eyes. Fuck, he looks exactly like Castro. Here he is here. He's a little bit older there. Eyes, nose, mouth. He looks a lot like Castro. He looks exactly fucking like him. I mean, I don't know. Do we know? Can we say for certain? No, we can't. But come on. I mean, you got to wonder, right? You got to wonder. Looks like he's even got the same hair. So I don't know. I think that in the chat, a gay character named Michael Douglas might have a point there. Might have a point. But, you know, we've speculated about that, haven't we? What else we got going on? JDL37, good to see you in the chat. Hit that like button. Yes, hit the like button. And also, this is a great time to mention to you that you should subscribe to the channel, because then when you go on Rumble or YouTube, my videos will just be there and you'll see them, and then you'll have to watch them. You won't have to struggle trying to find them. You won't have to waste any time. It's way more convenient for you and efficient. And it's also, as I always say, it's great karma. I'm not saying that your life is going to go terribly if you don't subscribe to the channel. I'm just saying it's not going to get any better. That's all I'm saying. It's good karma. You got to put that in your pocket. You might need that one day. Also subscribe. Also subscribe. Also like. And also share. I Care 22, spot on, Richie. I think that I was also spot on at whatever point you meant that. Antipop says, Portlandia were lefties who made fun of the left. Yeah, you're right. That's a good example. It was actually funny, Portlandia. Because, I mean, I don't think I saw it, like, I didn't, like, watch it season by season, episode by episode. I don't know if it got worse as it went on, but the episodes that I saw, yeah, it was actually genuinely funny, because it wasn't really trying to hammer you over the head with anything. It was gently making fun of Portland culture. That was good. I enjoyed it. There's another thing. Fred Armisen and oh fuck, what's his name? Have you guys watched Documentary Now? Bill Hader and Fred Armisen do a thing called Documentary Now, which is little like 22-minute, half-hour episodes of fake documentaries they made up, and it's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Those two together are really maybe the best comedy team in like the last 20 years. It's great. It's funny. It's smart. They did a parody of Spalding Gray's Swimming to Cambodia. It's brilliant. And he's kind of obscure, Spalding Gray. Not everybody's heard of him. Look him up. He did these monologues where he'd just film them and he'd just be sitting at a table and he'd do these monologues. And I thought he was pretty talented. I haven't watched one of his things for a long, probably 20 years. I also did something called Monster in a Box, but he was fairly well known back in the, I think, late 80s, early 90s. And they did a parody of him, which was fucking brilliant. JDL37 says, I made it back second time here. Well, thank you very much. It's great to have you. We hope to see you a third time. I Care 22 says, love your videos, Radio Baloney. Well, you're a wise person. All right. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. So what are we going to get into next? So let's go to this SAVE Act. So I really, I was kind of really, wouldn't say I was off the grid, but I wasn't, paying that much attention. I was pretty busy. So I wanted to find out what's going on with this SAVE Act. And it's basically just wanting to stop people from voting illegally. And of course, the left is losing its mind. Here's MSNBC, who's being sued for $30 million right now, by the way, for lying about a doctor, an ICE doctor. Who maybe we should actually do that story tonight too, if you guys want. Let's try to remember that. In fact, I'll write it down. Anyway, MSNBC lied about him. They tried to paint it in some sort of like Nazi thing where he was giving like thousands of hysterectomies to illegal aliens as they were crossing the border. Totally nuts. Anyway, they're getting sued for $30 million by this guy. And it's gone through to Discovery and everything. And in Discovery, they found out that, they knew it wasn't real. It wasn't a real story, but they pushed it anyway because they thought it would hurt Trump. So here's MSNBC. The SAVE Act saves nobody, but would make it harder to vote for people who shouldn't vote. That's the point of it. I thought we'd gotten rid of this whole thing, this whole fiction of like, there's all these people running around with no ID. You can't do anything without an ID. You can't have a bank account. You can't drive. You can't do anything. Like everybody's got some form of ID, and we'll go through the act itself and show all the different kinds of ID you can actually show. It just doesn't seem like they're hiding the fact that they have a hidden agenda with their opposition to making sure that people who shouldn't vote don't vote. It's American citizens, not undocumented immigrants, who would feel the effects of Republicans making it harder to register to vote. No, not really. No, it actually wouldn't be. Let's see. The House passed a bill Wednesday that Speaker Mike Johnson claims will counter a major scourge that threatens the sanctity of federal elections. Republicans argue that the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, SAVE, which passed 221 to 198. So there are 198 people in Congress who didn't want to make sure that people couldn't vote illegally, is necessary to defend against non-citizens voting in the fall, potentially swinging the results of federal elections. In reality, whenever they say in reality, it's like in the comments of my videos. Whenever I see in fact or in reality, everything that comes after it is just a bald-faced lie. Every single freaking time. I used to respond to them and say, like, give a link or something, until I realized they don't care. They're not interested in the truth. In fact, 99% of the time, these people don't even watch your video. They just put their bullshit up. I think a lot of time it's just copy and paste on just anything that looks like the same subject. But I learned a while ago, you don't even waste your time. Don't even waste your time. They're not interested, and all it will do is consume valuable time that you could use on better things. So anytime I see in reality or in fact, I know that everything coming after that is bullshit. In reality, the SAVE Act is a solution to an all but non-existent problem. Bullshit. But if enacted, would make it harder for American citizens to exercise their right to vote. Bullshit. In reality, that's all bullshit. Let's go to the bill. Let's see. To amend the National Voter Registration Act of 1993 to require proof of United States citizenship to register an individual to vote in elections for federal office and for other purposes. It seems to me like election security is so important that if somebody can't even get the rare person who can't get ID to register themselves to vote, it should just be too fucking bad. Because what's the alternative? The alternative is, well, you've just got uncontrolled illegal voting, right? I mean, why wouldn't you? If you allow it, it's going to happen. We all know this. We all know if you allow something to happen, it's going to happen. All right. So, as used in this act, the term documentary proof of United States citizenship means, with respect to an applicant for voter registration, any of the following: a form of identification issued consistent with the requirements of the Real ID Act of 2005 that indicates the applicant is a citizen of the United States. So, a valid United States passport. The applicant's official United States military identification card, together with the United States military record of service showing that the applicant's place of birth was in the United States. A valid government-issued photo identification card issued by a federal, state, or tribal government showing that the applicant's place of birth was in the United States. A valid government-issued photo identification card issued by a federal, state, or tribal government other than an identification described in paragraphs 1 through 4, but only if presented together with one or more of the following: a certified birth certificate issued by a state, a unit of local government in a state, or a tribal government, which was issued by the state unit of local. Basically, it seems like they're making it as easy as possible to prove that you're a citizen. And it just seems like it's kind of like the lowest bar you can set for election security is to just make sure everybody's actually allowed to vote. Right? It does seem like the lowest bar that you can hit. It makes you wonder what their real motivations are. Here, Democrat Rep Summer Lee suggests that passing a law that only American citizens can vote in our elections is a xenophobic attack. They really, really want illegals to vote. Well, let's take a look at this.
Hypotheticals. It is under attack right now, right here with this very bill. Republicans want to throw up barriers because when people vote, they lose. Let me be clear. They don't want you to vote. They don't want to hear Black voices, brown voices, LGBTQIA voices, young voices. Our fundamental access to our democracy is being politicized.
It's all bullshit. I got to restart that.
Hypotheticals. It is under attack right now, right here with this very bill. Republicans want to throw up barriers because when people vote, they lose. Let me be clear. They don't want you to vote. They don't want to hear Black voices, brown voices, LGBTQIA voices, young voices.
So Black people, brown people, LGBTQIA, whatever that is, they don't have IDs? None of them have IDs. None of them have bank accounts. Really? Really? I mean, we all know that's not true.
Our fundamental access to our democracy is being politicized. And this...
all you need to do is show a fucking ID. That's all you need to do. Everywhere else in the world requires that.
Xenophobic attack that we're debating today will make it harder for Americans to vote. My Republican colleagues will claim that requiring IDs is a small ask, but nearly 30 million people lack a valid driver's license. And about
30 to 40 million people lack a valid driver's license. Well, I don't know. How many of those are children, for one, right? But also, that's just one kind of ID. It doesn't need to be that.
15 to 18 million adults don't have access to documents proving their birth or citizenship. Americans don't need.
Really? Is that really true? Is that really true? I mean, they're going to just say shit. Again, like, they just make shit up.
More obstacles. It's already hard enough. That's why I'm proud of hypotheticals. It is under attack.
I just kind of feel like if you can't even get any ID, if you can't find any of all the different kinds of ID, if you can't find any ID, if you can't get any ID, it kind of feels like it should just be kind of too bad, right? Like maybe you shouldn't, like maybe that should be just like the minimum bar to be able to vote, is to be able to prove who you are. And if you can't, how invested are you in anything? Again, like it's you can't do anything without ID. I guess you can be homeless without ID, I guess, but then could you even get like social services? Like I'm assuming in San Francisco where they're giving them, I don't know, $1,000 a month or whatever, they have to have some means of determining who they are. And if they should get, and how much they've gotten, have they already gotten it this month? Did they go back 20 times? I mean, there must be some standard that they use. Again, it's just when they say, I mean, it's a tell. When they say this, where is it? When they say in reality, or in fact, everything after that's going to be bullshit. What's next? How about this one?
To investigate claims of voter fraud by non-citizens was disbanded without identifying one single case. If we believe in the power of democracy, we should reject discriminatory rules rooted in fear and division and instead increase protections and expand access. This bill, they call it the SAVE Act. It should be called the Don't Let Americans Act. Don't Let Americans Vote Act. And so I rise here opposing and asking my colleagues to vote no on this bill. I yield. Increase protections.
So hold on. She said, I think the thing she said next is really, I think it's the thing she said right here is revealing.
Expand access. This bill, they call.
Expand access.
And instead increase protections and expand access.
We all know that what you mean is expanding access to people who shouldn't be voting. People who don't have a right to vote. We all know that's what you mean. It's just obvious. It's transparent. That is the only thing that makes any sense. That is the only possible reason you could have for opposing knowing who's voting. I mean, it's just that you clearly, transparently, obviously want people who can't vote to vote. How about this one?
Only citizens can vote for the United States Senate. Only citizens can vote for the presidency of the United States. So this extreme MAGA Republican voter suppression bill is not designed to solve any problem on behalf of the American people. It is designed to jam people up.
Yeah, only citizens are allowed to vote. So what's the problem? It's just the same as like with like theft, right? You're not allowed to steal. So therefore nobody steals, right? You're not allowed to murder. So that's why there's no murder. It's so weird. It's so weird. Okay, so yeah, they agree that the only people that are allowed to vote are citizens, right? That's why they want the law. Let's continue.
And prevent Americans from voting.
Republicans want to throw up barriers because when people.
So strange. What's strange is that they expect anybody to actually believe it. And I guess, I mean, in a way, they can just say anything, right? I mean, look, Nancy Pelosi said of AOC that a glass of water could run for her seat and win. And she's right. Joe Biden could be actually dead. He could be a corpse. Right? They could totally weekend at Bernie him. And he would still get, minimum 40% of the vote. Minimum 40%, right? So I don't know. It's weird. It's so weird when you're in this like alternate reality where politicians can just say anything and it doesn't matter. Let's see. Elon Musk said there is a tiny chance this will pass the Senate if a few Dems cross party lines, but Biden said he would veto the bill even if it did. Well, no Dems are going to cross party lines. Leftists don't do that. They're not like conservatives. They don't fuck around like that. They stick together. They have solidarity. But Biden said he would veto the bill even if it did. I wonder why. Well, we all know why. Yeah, we all know why. We all know exactly why. Let's see. Ken Paxton said the White House has formally announced that Biden will veto the Republican bill that seeks to prevent non-citizens from voting. There is no hiding it now. Biden and the Democrats want illegal immigrants to vote in the election this November. Our elections are not safe from mass interference as long as states do not require proof of citizenship to vote in federal elections, just like every other country in the world. I mean, it's weird, right? It's strange. It's alternate reality shit here. Like everybody else requires this except for them. Like everybody else just sees this as obviously that makes sense. Obviously, we want to prevent fraud. So this will help prevent fraud. Everybody else gets it. It's pretty weird. It's like reality has become weird. It's become stranger than fiction. Elon Musk said true. What do you guys think? Whoa, what's going on here? Free Addicts, good to see you in the chat. $50? What the hell? I've got to say I'm becoming a huge fan of Free Addicts. Fantastic stuff. Really knows how to appeal. Really knows how to appeal to my greed. My greed's loving it. He says, Radio Baloney, hands down one of the best. Well, I couldn't agree more. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. What else we got going on in the chat here? Oh, we got Radio Streamer made it back. Good to see you, sir. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, leftist word of the day, racism. Used by any leftist in any sentence, it means stop disagreeing with me. Absolutely 100%. In fact, that gets a pin. And I should have put Free Addicts' $50 donation up there first. That goes on second. But it should have gone up first. Sorry about that. Let's see. Free Addicts says simply the best. Again, I can't stop agreeing with you guys. And Radio Baloney forever. Again. I'm loving the love. All right. Let's move on. So Antipop will be happy about this one. Maxime Bernier predicts Trudeau will resign before the next federal election. Quote, and if Trudeau resigns, that will be around the time his party will have to do a leadership contest and elect a new leader. I'll give you my thoughts on this after we get through this. People's Party of Canada leader Maxime Bernier says he strongly believes that Prime Minister Justin Trudeau will not lead the Liberal Party into the anticipated October 2025 election, but may resign early next year. Now, before we go any further with this, I just want to say Maxime Bernier, if you're not from Canada, he's the leader of the People's Party of Canada. Right now, it's fairly small. It's about 3% of the popular vote, I think. But what it is an alternative to the Conservatives, which is seen as more direct and more conservative than the Conservative Party. So there are a lot of people that have concerns, myself included, after watching what happened to the Conservative Party in the UK and how they betrayed their voters, that do worry that what we might end up getting is Trudeau light. Now, I'm cautiously optimistic about Pierre Poilievre, who looks all but certain to win. I mean, I hate saying that because I don't want to jinx anything, and there's still over a year until the next election, but it looks like Trudeau is, 10 years in Canadian politics that seems to be most people's limit, the voters' limit. But there is some concern that he'll end up being Trudeau light, especially when we see what the Conservatives did in the UK. And Maxime Bernier is much more forthright on things like immigration, crime, all this kind of stuff, conservative stuff. And that's what's very appealing to him. That's what's very appealing about him, I should say, to some Canadians. Now, I'm cautiously optimistic about Pierre Poilievre. I feel like he is going to be a good, actual conservative leader, just sane, just common sense, right? I'm hopeful of that. If he's not, I'm not waiting around 14 years like conservative voters did in the UK. I'll be jumping to Maxime Bernier in the PPC quickly. If it looks like we're just going to be betrayed. But again, I'm cautiously optimistic that it will be positive. But anyway, he's saying that he thinks that Justin Trudeau will not lead the Liberal Party into the anticipated October. Well, anticipated, I guess. I mean, that's when the next one is officially set. I think October 27th. So it could come before then, but I think highly unlikely. May resign early next year. Bernier remains highly critical of Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre, whom he says, like Trudeau, is, quote, pandering to identity politics and too reliant on polls and focus groups. Now, I've got some stuff from Pierre from a news conference he's just done, which I think you guys are going to like, which doesn't really feel like pandering to me. You guys will have to see. Well, what the hell's happening? Antipop, $10. Fantastic stuff, sir. Appealing to my greed again. It always works. Always. Let's see. Anyway, I think you'll like the Pierre stuff. Everybody except for Antipop, of course. I think the rest of you will like the Pierre stuff I've got coming up later on in the show. Probably in an hour or two, we'll be getting to that. It says, unlike President Joe Biden, who is under immense pressure to end his candidacy before the November presidential election, Bernier notes that, quote, Trudeau still has some time. And I believe that we will know his future maybe, in February next year. And if Trudeau resigns, that will be around the time his party will have time to do a leadership contest and elect a new leader. A new leader, Bernier says. But I think it won't do anything, he continues, insisting that a change in leadership won't change the public antipathy towards the Liberals when people are fed up and they want to change. I agree with that 100%, because I think the Liberal Party of Canada is not the Liberal Party of Jean Chrétien or Paul Martin, right? It's a different thing now. Trudeau has reshaped it in his own progressive, far-left image. I think it's incapable of being anything other than the far-left cult that it is at this point. I don't think it can change. I think what needs to happen is it needs to be driven into the ground, preferably by Trudeau, and just utterly destroyed electorally. And then then the party itself will have to change. I mean, that would be the idea. If they were smart, they would look within themselves and try and figure out what they're doing wrong. And if really they want to be an insane far-left lunatic party, and maybe be reborn, resurrected as something that's that's actually sane, and maybe reflect a Liberal Party of the past that wasn't totally bonkers, which would be good for Canadian politics because it would drag the Overton window back to a sane place again, to a moderate place again. Because right now, I mean, it's bananas, right? Canada's just a cautionary story for the rest of the world at this point. So I agree with Bernie. I don't think changing the leadership will make any difference. I don't think it can. I don't think the party as it's constituted right now can do anything other than just be crazy and lunatic and lunatics and just extremely unappealing to enough Canadians to wipe out their party. Bernier says his goal is to be there also and be part of that change and offer a real change to Canadians. He also predicts Poilievre will easily achieve a majority government, perhaps the largest in Canadian history, and that will be a good thing for Canada and for Bernier's own party because, quote, because I don't want people telling me in 2029 at the general election that Poilievre was not able to do that because he didn't have a majority. So we need to give him a majority. He will have a majority, and I believe that lots of people will be disappointed while he's the leader of a competing party, right? My hope is that he's not right, but he might be. He might be. And if he is right, if we do end up getting, after everything that Poilievre said, if we do end up getting Trudeau light, yeah, like I will be imploring people not to wait 14 years like the Conservatives voters did in the UK before jumping ship. No, we don't have that long, right? The former foreign affairs minister is highly critical of Poilievre for not being more vociferous in his opposition to Trudeau's thought crimes legislation, Bill C-63, the Online Harms Act. He has been, in my opinion. So I think he might be off base there. Has he been as vociferous as I have? By the way, subscribe to the channel and you can see my video on that. In fact, I think it might be the pinned video on my Rumble channel. But yeah, subscribe and you can see all that great stuff. It's extremely good for your brain. And good for you not voting in ways that are going to be disastrous for yourself and for Western civilization as well, I should just say. Also, put a like on the stream. It's extremely, it's good karma. It's great karma for you. You don't want to miss out on that. You might need it. But I think that Poilievre has been extremely critical of that. I think part of the problem with politics is that, especially in Canada now, is that everything is wrong, right? It's not like you can't focus on one or two things anymore. I mean, really, he should. The one big criticism I have of Poilievre is that he's not going after immigration. He's not being vociferous enough about that. What he has said about it, I like, but he's not being vociferous enough about it. It makes me a little bit nervous, I gotta say. But in Canada, everything is going wrong. Everything is fucked, right? Trudeau has, through legislation and through his example, has encouraged every lunatic, every far-left lunatic in Canada to just really go for it. Like every institution is now infested with wokeness, with crazy far-leftism. Again, we're not calling these people liberals, right? I can't hammer this over enough. I can't hammer on this enough, right? They're not. It's a Liberal Party of Canada. Trudeau himself says they're a progressive party. What they really are is a far-left party. There's not many liberals around anymore. The old school liberals, the traditional liberals, that old burnout art teacher from the 80s. There's not many of them anymore. So we shouldn't be throwing around the word liberal. It's misleading. It's far left. Far left. If you think that sex changes for kids is a great idea, that's not liberal. That's not moderate. That's far left. That's an extreme idea. If you're for mass immigration, just infinity mass immigration, open borders, that's not moderate. That's not liberal. That's extremist. That's far left. That's radical. Anyway, Maxime Bernier predicts Trudeau will resign before the next federal election. Well, I'm just not sure that Trudeau's ego will allow it. I mean, I really do think that Trudeau feels that this is his fate, that somehow this is providence, that he's favored by the gods, by the, pagan gods he probably worships. I don't know. But he feels like it's fate, and he would. He's the prodigal son, He's the fortunate son. He's the scion of this political dynasty now. He feels like he was born to be the leader of Canada. Even though he doesn't respect Canada and apparently doesn't like it very much. And he says that it's got no core identity and it's the first post-national country and all this other, mirroring and projection that he does. Because the left is, as we talked about the Boys season 4, it's all just projection, right? But he sees himself, he sees this as fate. He sees this as providence. So something, he's in the bunker under Berlin right now, imagining, with imaginary armies coming to rescue him and miracle weapons and all this. He thinks something's going to happen. He thinks he's going to be able to pull it out of the bag somehow. I think that he's delusional, personally. So I'm not sure. I lean towards he's not going. I don't think he's going to. Again, I could be wrong, but I just don't think he's going to. I don't think his ego will allow that. I don't think that his own view of his place in history or his status, compared to just a mortal human in his own mind would allow him to. So I don't know. But that said, I like Maxime Bernier, and I'm ready to jump ship if I don't get what I want and support him. He needs to remember that. Look, UK general election 2024 results. Labour, 402 seats, right? Conservatives, 121 seats. Labour got that, not with like a record popular vote. They got it with under 34% of the vote. In, I believe it was 2017 or 2019, Labour lost with 40% of the vote. They lost with 40% of the vote. This wasn't conservatives flocking over to Labour. This was conservatives not voting. And the ones who actually did, a lot of the ones who abandoned the conservatives actually went over to Nigel Farage. Here, let's bring this down. And Reform UK, who, Nigel Farage took over like 2 weeks before the election. Guess what? They got 4 million votes, only 5 seats, which is weird. Because if you look at Independent Party, got 564,000 votes. They got one more than Reform. You got the Liberal Democrats, 3,500,000 votes. So they got 600,000 votes less than Reform, and they got 72 seats. Conservatives got 6.8 million and 121 seats. So in terms of actual votes, Reform was third in the UK election, third. That tells you something, right? That tells you that Pierre Poilievre needs to pay attention to that. That if he doesn't do what he's supposed to do, if he doesn't do what he's saying he's going to do, I don't think conservatives are going to hang around. I won't tell him to. I'll tell him to jump ship. I'm going to support him now, unless he betrays me. And then, well, I'm not hanging around for 14 years waiting. Anyway, let's move on. In fact, let's just take, we're going an hour and 20. Let's take 1 minute. Holy crap. Free addicts, $100. What? Well, that's very generous. Thank you very, very much. And what is this horribly offensive thing he's saying? Let's see. He's saying, cut your dick off for China equals far left. Yeah, I think so. Anyway, that's very generous. Very generous. And again, it appeals to my grade. It really does. And I like it. It feels good. But let's take a 1 minute break, you guys, or a couple of minutes, whatever. Go take a piss or whatever you want to do. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Can you guys hear like any background noise? Let me know because I got the air conditioner roaring. because basically it's like the surface of the sun here. My house is like numb. I keep expecting I'm going to get like shot by Charlie. It's like a swamp in here, but you know, the air conditioner is starting to really work, so that's good. I got one of those houses that's kind of weirdly designed, so the air conditioning doesn't really necessarily get everywhere. So where I am is it's not really getting as much of the air conditioning as I would like. So I've got it cranked, and it's still kind of a little bit swampy where I am. I don't know. What are you going to do? Phoenix, another 20. What the hell is wrong with you? This is very generous. If you're drinking, I guess keep drinking. Really knows how to appeal to my grade. This is good stuff. This is good stuff. Let's see. What are you guys talking about here? Let's see. Friedrich said, pour some syrup down his back and let a male moose have his way with Justin. Uh-oh. That sounds like one of those Grok versus Trudeau poems that we're going to get to soon. Antipop says, Harper made it a policy that all MLAs had to vote along party lines. Perfect job for an imbecile. Do what the guy next to you does. Well, that's what the left does. Unfortunately, that's their strategy, you know? Do I like it? No. But it is politics, and that's what every party tries to do, right? Antipop. What is this? He says, Dan Dix dumbfounded pedo Poilievre by asking him to define a what is this? What is with this pedo Poilievre? Where does this come from? You know, I love you, Antipop, but I don't get this. Like, that's not real. Like, that's just totally made up. Why do you hate him so much? Why do you hate Poilievre so much? I don't get it. I don't understand it. You're normally such a good guy. And then you're putting this pedo Poilievre stuff into the chat. Like, there's nothing there. I've never heard anything remotely close to that. Why are you doing this? I don't understand it. You've got a right to say what you want and to say what you believe. But I don't get this. It just seems out of character for you. That's all I'm saying. Are you just doing it to piss me off? Is that why? I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I don't even know you. That's what I'm going to say about that. Let's see. Antipop says, I would have asked Putin about Brittany Griner. He'd know. Yeah, that was a great deal, huh? Let's see. Arms dealer for basketball player who just broke the law. I just was in Russia and just thought, oh yeah, I'll just take drugs on the plane with me. Like, was that really that was entirely political from the Biden administration to get her back. She was not important in any way. And she did just break the law there. I mean, like, you go to other countries, you break the law. Like, you can't really say that it's like, you have to kind of expect them to like enforce their own laws in their own country, even if you are a giant female basketball player. So anyway, that was that ridiculous. I believe I did a video on it at the time. Antipop says something is going to happen to the turd to spark something. I don't know. The world is just so weird. There's like anything could happen and I wouldn't be surprised anymore. JDL 37 asks, is Radio Baloney based in Canada? It is. It's in the great White North. Somewhere in a secret location, in a bunker. Antipop says, I used to vote green. This is not something I knew about you. I used to vote green along with a million other Canadians. No seats. No seats. Well, I mean, I used to be a retard lefty when I was younger. So I probably, if I'd voted then, I probably would have voted for them. I don't know. Let's see. Freedex Radio Baloney is based. It's true. 100%. Let's see. Oh, Friedrich says your noise gate is working good. So you guys can't hear that crazy air conditioner going off in the background. Good. All right, let's get into the X part of it. You know what? Thought I'd show you guys this. So what is this? This is a list of all the ways you feel inspired. List all of the ways that you feel inspired after seeing this. Well, let's see. So this is Fatties for Palestine. Fatties for Palestine. Let's shrink this a little bit. We can really get a view of the Fatties for Palestine. Let's see. So Fatties for a Free Palestine. Why? So I guess just fat is now an identity. It's a protected identity now, right? Because we've got all of the healthy at any size and body positivity and all of that. It's something now to be proud of. It's like half of them don't really look all that happy. They look, in fact, most of them don't really look happy. They look kind of sad. I wonder if there's a button that we could use for this. Let's see. Never gets old. Never gets old. Weird thing. I guess it's just like everybody who's desperately clinging onto some oppression identity because they're fat or they're left-handed or something. It's just the thing they all jump on. Free about these fatties, and that's what they call themselves. It's right on their shirts. They're calling themselves fatties. Do these fatties know anything fucking about it? Do they know where the river is? Do they know what the river is? Do they know the name of the river? Do they know the sea? Do they know anything? I'm guessing no. I'm guessing they don't know a damn thing. But there they are, fatties for a free Palestine, in solidarity with the people who have people they have absolutely nothing in common with and don't understand at all. And certainly, I'm going to guess, don't agree or align with any of their other beliefs, especially when it comes to LGBTQIA and Q and plus and all of that. Definitely not aligning with that or their feminism. I mean, I read the Hamas Charter. Pretty explicit, the role of a woman in the Hamas Charter. The Hamas Charter says your job is to raise jihadis. That's it. And to teach your children to be jihadis. That's your role. It's in their charter. Anybody can read that, by the way. I really think that what percentage of people who are running around, with the flags and at the protests and everything, and with the fatties for free Palestine, if they actually read the Hamas Charter, which is just one long Allahu Akbar, I wonder what percentage of people are not too brainwashed where they'd read it and see what's actually in it and what they actually want and what they actually believe. What percentage of them wouldn't be brainwashed enough so that they could go, oh, I don't like that. I don't agree with that. This is all very alien to my sensibilities and my politics. I wonder what percent. Probably not that much. Because they'd look at it and then they'd go, oh, I'm not liking where this is going. And then, but I really like being part of this movement on social media and getting thumbs up. So I'll just not read the rest and pretend I don't know and believe that, and just pretend that I don't know what I've already learned in the first two sentences. Let's see. What are you guys talking about in the chat here? So let's see. You're talking about Brittany Griner, vape cartridges versus arms dealers. Yeah, it was like hash or like hash oil or pot oil or something, vape cartridges for an arms dealer, international arms dealer. Oh, good Lord. Friedrich says, now I can't, I mean, I have to read it, but I do not approve. He says, I hope her vagina doesn't match her size. What? Dear me, that's offensive. Let's see. He wanted to put him in a men's prison. I guess that's Putin. Maybe Brittany is a Brian. Stelter? Possibly. Friedrich says, what if Brittany Griner was Brian Stelter? No, they don't look very similar. Friedrich says, nice fart. Yep. We always appreciate that. It's medium pitched. Let's see. A gay actor named Michael Douglas says on YouTube, says, Kyle Dunnigan taught me that Rosie O'Donnell is hilarious. Who's Kyle Dunnigan again? Let's find out. Kyle Dunnigan. Kyle, I remember, I've heard that name somewhere. Dunnigan. Kyle Dunnigan. I don't think I really know him. That guy. Looks a bit like Zach Braff. Who was in what, Scrubs or something? I don't know. Says Kyle Dunnigan comedy. All right, let's take a look at that. Let's see. What's this? Oh, I guess we have to sign in. No, I'm not doing that. Is he on Twitter? Is he on X? Twitter. Let's look him up. Let's go on a road trip, people. Kyle Dunnigan. Is he the guy who did all the Biden stuff? Here we go. Well, here's doing JFK. Okay, I think I know who we're talking about now. Let's take a look.
Oh, cool. I love props. What is Robert Kennedy Jr.'s father's name? Well, that's a stupid question. Do people not know what junior means? Good Lord. How much is RFK? You know, I don't like to talk about my net worth. My family has always been for the common man. Bridge toll. Okay, well, I actually know the answer to this. It's $3.25, and it's another $1.50 if you drive an 18-wheeler. All right, last question. Thank God. Is RFK ever going to clear his throat? Jesus Christ. You don't think I've already tried that? You want me to show you?
See, it doesn't work. Oh my God, it did work. And now I'm going to work for you. We're going to Chicago, then Philadelphia.
Then all the way to the what fucking shit, God damn it. I'd be president if I didn't have this stupid voice.
Okay, that was pretty good. What's this one? Michael Jackson. All right. Let's check this one out.
I'd like to address this horrible HBO documentary about me. It's filled with lies and ignorance. I would never hurt children. I love sleeping with little boys. That's all. Just a grown man sleeping with a little boy. Of course I fuck them kids. Come on.
Jesus.
It's so obvious. I was a good pedophile too, huh? I built a whole amusement park, a candy store, and I say, "You kids like candy?" And they'd be like, "Yeah, we like it." I'm like, "Yeah, you like it? Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, tell your mom to get the fuck out of here." Then
Here's the thing about Michael Jackson. So, even if it was all perfectly innocent, right? Even if it was all perfectly innocent, you'd think that like after like the fourth or fifth time a kid's parents sued you, you'd be able to summon the willpower to not have strangers' children sleeping at your house. That's even if it was all completely innocent. You think by the third or fourth or fifth lawsuit, you'd be able to restrain yourself from that. Just because it's just too expensive, at least, right? So, I don't know. I've seen people defending Michael Jackson and saying it was all bullshit. It's just like, yeah, but like he could have just stopped doing it, right? And like if he didn't have, like if he wasn't a terrible person, if he wasn't a moral monster, he could have just stopped if he didn't have these appalling, you know what I'm getting at here. Anyway, let's see what else he's doing. I guess what I'm saying is Michael Jackson was obviously a fucking pedo. Anyway, let's see. Let's see if we can find the Rosie one. Because you're saying that there was a Rosie O'Donnell one, right? In fact, let's try this. Let's go Rosie. No, it doesn't look like it. What's this? No, that's not him. All right. Anyway. Okay, the first one was pretty funny. The second one, I gotta say, it kind of creeped me out. Let's go back to here. All right, so there's fatties for Free Palestine. Well, now we're being told to watch Fresh Prince of DC. That's what I remember it from. Fresh Prince of DC. Should we watch it? Why not? Why not? We got all night. Well done again. Let's just type in Fresh Prince of DC. This is a little old now, this one, but I think it was pretty funny.
To meet you.
Why can't we find it now? Okay, how about we just go here? Kyle Dunnigan, Fresh Prince of DC. Let's take a look. There we go. All right.
This October, DC families face a returning threat. Except now, there's...
Okay, and finally, new rule. Comedians can't make fun of Joe Biden. Because it's impossible. Because he's been great. I know a bunch of fat people are disappointed. Because trying to make fun of Joe Biden is like praying to God. A complete waste of time. Okay, that's our show. I want to thank my guests, Benjamin Netanyahu and Pete Davidson.
Who's this Joe Biden everyone keeps talking about? Well, I was born and raised in Scranton, PA. Lifeguard by the pool's where I spent my days. Till a dude named Corn Pop, who wasn't that cool, started making trouble at the swimming pool. So I took a chain, wrapped it around my legs. They're hairier than my other legs. Not my, but black kids would touch them. Come on, man. Then I got on a train and moved to D.C. Barack Obama gave a job to me. I shuffled around and sucked fingertips. Made a big speech, kissed a boy on the lips. What are you looking at? I wrote the damn bill. I hold the ladies tight and sniff all their hairs. First person American to fall up the stairs. Ran for president. I was a winner. Winner was me. Now I sit at my desk as a president. Not president. You know the thing. Come on, get your face out of your ears. Hey, Beneford. Beneford, get in here.
You hollered, holy shit.
Where are my clothes?
Sir, I just washed your clothes. I can't physically keep them on your body.
No. We've got a ghost in the White House. I better declare a national emergency.
How about I just find you some new clothes?
You're a good friend, Beneford. Come here, I need to tell you something.
I'm good here, sir.
Come sit on my lap.
I'd rather not.
Sit on my lap. There you are. There's my little buddy. All is well. You're safe now.
Okay, I remember this. It's 7 minutes long. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but I'm going to look for the Rosie thing. Kyle Dunnigan, Rosie O'Donnell. Let's see if that comes up. No, nothing's coming up. All right, fuck it. We're going. We're moving on. All right, what do we got next? Oh, but hold on a second. Let's go back to this for a second. So, when was this? This was July 1st, 2021. So, this whole fucking scam where they're trying to pretend, the media is trying to pretend. I know this has been gone over 1 billion times, but it's still so astounding. It's so astounding to me that they would try this, pretending that they had no idea Biden was brain dead. Like, this is 2021. He was being made fun of. I was saying in 2020 during the election, like before the primary, in fact, the Democratic primary, saying this guy's out of it. Like, there's just no way. It's impossible. And then once he got the nomination, I said, this guy's out of it. Like, there's just no way he can win. Because I didn't know about the shadow campaign and the fortifying that was going on. But back then we were talking about it, that this guy was out of it, that his brain wasn't functioning anymore. It's so incredible. It's so truly bizarre that you'd have like a Jake Tapper on TV pretending like he had no idea. Of course, these people knew. Of course they did. Now, I know that people watching CNN or MSNBC, I understand some of them didn't, because all they do is watch CNN and MSNBC, and they curate the feed very carefully. So they're not showing any clips of Biden fumbling his words or saying the wrong thing or like waving to dead people or wandering off, right? They don't see any of that. New York Times, Washington Post, they edit his speeches. They edit his press conference, all of his statements, right? So all of the true and not under pressure stuff, that goes out. They edit it to make it sound like it's lucid. So if you're just watching CNN, MSNBC, NBC News, reading the New York Times or Washington Post, I wouldn't say you can be forgiven for not knowing, because really you should have had a bit more curiosity, because even then there were still obvious hints and clues. But the guys like Brian Stelter and the guys on, the people on MSNBC, Rachel Maddow, I mean, they all knew. They're just pretending. They're acting. I mean, their job is just to act, really. It's just reading lines off a teleprompter like an actor would. Reading lines like an actor would. An actor, I guess, isn't reading them off a teleprompter, but it's the same thing, really, isn't it? So, I mean, I don't know. It's just this insane world of bullshit. Anyway. So I made a video about the big boy press conference. I believe it was yesterday. You should check that out. It's good. And I wondered, like, who came up with the big boy thing? It was the administration itself. Here, listen.
After that, the president will hold a press conference. I guess a big boy press conference is what we're calling it, and take some questions from.
How do you interpret that? So that wasn't like, Fox News came up with big boy press conference. It wasn't Jesse Waters. It wasn't like a right-wing blog. It was the administration itself that came up with big boy press conference. Was that just a slip? Like, what was that exactly? I know we can overinterpret things. There's a danger of that, and read things into things that are just, I don't know, just stupidity. But big boy press conference. I mean, it's not flattering to Biden, is it? To refer to him having a big boy press conference. Was it intentional? Was it part of the kind of the plan, the plot? The Byzantine scheming behind the scenes between the people that are actually running the United States? Was it a subtle little thing? I don't know. Don't know what to think. It's all so fucking crazy now. Here's something. I used to be feared. Now I am just fat. Look at this monkey. Look at him. Let's go back to the beginning. Look, he's trying to scare him. Bites him. That pays no attention. Doesn't even notice. Not good for the monkey's ego, I'm thinking. He's just like, Jesus, what happened to me? I love it. Look at that monkey. Trying to scare him. He realizes it's not working, and it just bums him out. I used to be terrifying. Now I'm just fat. Poor thing. Monkeys. I would absolutely hang out with that monkey, try and cheer him up. 100%. Let's see. Republicans can't stand this. VP Trump and first black woman president, Joe Biden. I think we got the clip in here somewhere. That was part of the big boy Biden press conference video I put out. It's on both Rumble and YouTube and Odyssey. And I don't know, it might be on BitChute now too. BitChute stopped uploading my videos for some reason. I don't know what's going on there. Anyway, funny. Very funny. Oh, yeah. So this is, again, subscribe to the channel. You can see all of my videos. This was in the video from last night, but we might as well take another look at it just in case you haven't seen it. Also, like this stream, by the way. I think that's supposed to help in some way.
And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin.
So that was, there's like 5 clips from this where he fucked up. But you just know, like every time he's about to name somebody, right? Hold on.
Who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
Hold on. Let's go right back again.
Much courage as he has determination.
You know that he's got an earpiece in, and somebody's saying, Zelensky, say Zelensky, say Zelensky, say Zelensky. There's somebody off behind the crowd holding up a big sign that says Zelensky, just say Zelensky.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
Oh, it must be maddening trying to, I mean, this charade. I mean, his aides must be going insane. Everybody in administration must be going insane trying to handle this. I mean, these appearances, this was supposed to reassure everybody, right? What he's doing now is trying to prove that he's fit for office. It's not working. Let's see. Elon Musk says that electronic voting machines and anything mailed in is too risky. That's why, like, other countries don't do it. We should mandate paper ballots and in-person voting only. You know, France had an election. They called, it was a snap election. It was 2 weeks, and they finished counting in, I think, 6 hours. And they are all paper ballots. France is all paper ballots. They can do it no problem. And it's not like there's 15 people in France. There's like 80 million people there, 70 million people or something, right? Like there really is no excuse for all this shit. I mean, nobody can tell me that it's just not just transparently clear at this point that it's all to cheat. It's all to allow cheat. Just clearly it is. What other reason can there be? It's not more efficient. If France can do it in like 6 hours, if they can organize an election in 2 weeks and like count everything on the same night, there's no excuse. Let's see. The Times. What we found was disturbing, Haldeman said in June 2017 Senate Intelligence Committee hearing. Quote, we could reprogram the machine. So this would be an electronic voting machine to invisibly cause any candidate to win. We also created malicious software, vote stealing code that could spread from machine to machine like a computer virus and silently change the election outcome. Guess maybe that's why they don't do it in France. A Bucks County native and professor and director for the Center for Computer Security and Society at the University of Michigan, Halderman said cybersecurity is critical in the fight to protect American elections, the bedrock of our democracy. It's all so obvious. How could anybody be opposed? It's all so obvious. It's so fucking obvious. It's so right in everybody's face. It's just common sense. How could anybody not see that? What could the possible motivation for anybody be that is opposed to just common sense reform, common sense security measures? What could it be other than the fact that they're dirty? That they don't want secure elections for some reason. What could how could it be any more blindingly obvious what this is all about? From GeekWire, it's been nearly 20 years since Bill Gates jumped on the stage at the Comdex trade show and introduced a new operating system called Windows CE. So you can imagine the dismay when a reporter for Vice News discovers that some Diebold voting machines that will be used in the 2016 election are still running outdated versions of the Microsoft operating system. Vice interviews University of Michigan computer science professor J. Alex Halderman, who says the U.S. is painting a bullseye on its election system by using antiquated touchscreen voting machines. The reporter for Vice, Michael Moynihan, gives a slight chuckle when looking at Diebold machine and notes that it is running a 2003 version of Windows CE.net. Again, like the election is kind of the most important thing that happens. Here from 2016, again from GeekWire, Microsoft Windows CE powers some U.S. touchscreen voting systems, causing concern among security experts. So they've known about this stuff for a long time. And again, when you see, France just had an election. They got all the count done in reasonable time the same night. They organized the whole thing in 2 weeks, and it's paper ballots there. They only use paper ballots. It's clearly not about what we're told it's about. I don't see how it could be that any more obvious than that. Elon Musk says electronic voting machines and anything mailed in is too risky. We should mandate paper ballots and in-person voting only, even if there's no evidence of anything going wrong. The point is, too risky. It presents too much of an opportunity. Like, why go there in the first place? It doesn't make any sense unless there are people who want to take advantage of vulnerabilities. What else can it be? I mean, it's just as plain as that, right? It doesn't have... It isn't any more complicated than that. That's just clearly the obvious reality. Anyway. So deep thoughts with Rosie. Biden should step down. Kamala is eloquent and will eviscerate Trump. So wait a second. No, that's isn't that Andy Rooney from 60 Minutes? I'm pretty sure. Let's hear what he has to say.
I'm angry that there's so much mistrust in media that you don't know what to believe, ever.
Mistrust in media, you say. I wonder why that is.
Anywhere. No matter where you decide to niche watch. It's just a very sad time, and it's a very scary time, Handmaid's Tale. I mean, Christian nationalism.
It's always the same bullshit with these people every goddamn time. This fantasy world that they live in. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, I'm certain a MSNBC person. So that's what you believe. If that's where you get all your news from, you're just going to believe that.
Okay, people, this is the United States of America. We were founded to get away from all that shit. So.
Just want to add as well, there is absolutely no woman that decides that they're a lesbian that ever plans to be this. Not one. I can't imagine there's one. They don't imagine it ending this way, being that, being basically indistinguishable from Andy Rooney. Maybe even Mickey Rooney, actually, as well. Maybe a mix of Mickey Rooney and Andy Rooney. I don't know. All I'm saying is that, it didn't work out.
You know, it's a really dangerous time for our country. And I believe that we believe in the system. And the system is
arrest your political opponents and try and every legal tactic possible, including coming up with new novel legal theories that have never been tried before, constant lying, to try and get rid of, to try and actually imprison your candidate's chief political opponent. So that's democracy to these people.
the vice president gets to be president should the president resign and be unable to complete his duties. And that person is Kamala Harris. And we need to believe in what we've been saying for all these years as Democrats. I believe in Kamala Harris. I believe the country will rise up in a way that might shock you. You just took the rights away from half of the population.
Why does she believe in Kamala Harris? Like, what, do they drink the same wine or something? I have no idea. It's weird. Like, what has Kamala Harris done that would give anybody confidence? Exactly. I don't get it.
And nobody was in the streets. A frog in a pot of water boiling.
Hold
right?
on a second.
That might shock you. You just took the rights away from half of the population, and nobody was in the street.
No such thing happened. She's talking about Roe versus Wade. It just simply went to the states, which is actually a more democratic process or arrangement, I would argue, anyway.
A frog in a pot of water boiling, right? Scary, scary.
Well, you've got to say, she does look like a frog in a pot of water boiling. That part's true.
Times. I think you put Kamala Harris, who is in line for the presidency, should something happen to our president, and something has. Something has. You're not going to convince 50 million people who watch.
Something happened to him before he was the president. We were all making fun of him back then. We're making fun of him in 2020. We're making fun of him during the primary. I mean, at some point, you're just at a loss for words at this stupidity. But again, I have to say, I mean, if she gets all of her news from MSNBC, well, she wouldn't know. I mean, there would be obvious clues, but I guess enough would be hidden from you, because that's a large part of the deception, the narrative deception in mainstream media and corporate media, is just simply not telling you the things that are true that they don't want you to know, right? Still, there was plenty of clues there to figure it out. If you'd had any curiosity whatsoever, you could have come to the realization that, of course, Biden has been compromised the entire time. Not only mentally, by the way, right? It turns out that Hunter Biden laptop with 10% for the big guy and all of that, and the $5 million from China, all of that turns out it was true as well. So his mental state wasn't the only thing that was compromised. But anyway, let's listen to this idiot.
That debate, that was an off night. I'm sorry, but we don't do the Trump thing, you know. Don't believe what you saw or what you heard. Believe what I say. We don't play that game.
Yeah, you've been totally rational the last 4 years. Completely rational. Let's continue.
Okay. So it's time for him to step down with dignity, you know. Nixon got a lot of dignity when he left, even though he was a criminal through and through, just like Trump. Not a sexual abuser, to my knowledge, Richard Nixon.
What's that name? Karen Reed. Was her name Karen Reed? that name? Hold on a second. Karen Reed. I think it was spelled like that. Biden. Let's see. Oh yeah, the Joe Biden sexual assault allegation. That doesn't get mentioned for some reason. Apparently, I bet you she doesn't actually even know. Again, if she's just watching MSNBC, she probably has never heard that name before. Right? Let's continue.
Step above Trump. The Epstein logs are out. Why doesn't everyone go look at that? How many times he was...
Oh, JDL 37 is correcting me. It's Tara Reid. Was it Tara Reid? Tara Reid. The agonizing story of Tara Reid. That's right. Okay, you got it. Thank you for correcting me there.
On the island where men abused young girls, prepubescent girls.
Okay, what is
he
she
owned
saying
a modeling
now? Hold
agent's
on.
dignity when he left, even though he was a criminal through and through, just like Trump. Not a sexual abuser, to my knowledge, Richard.
Yeah, I guess Richard Nixon didn't have an allegation from 20 years ago where the accuser got everything wrong, claimed she was wearing a dress that actually didn't even exist at the time. It was just totally just her word, no witnesses, nothing. Yeah, apparently Richard Nixon never had that, I guess. So these are the people who think they're your intellectual superiors, by the way. These are the people who think they're better than you.
Nixon. Step above Trump. The Epstein logs are out. Why doesn't everyone go look at that? How many times he was on the island where men abused young girls, prepubescent girls.
Yes, of course. Of course, Trump must have been there. No evidence of this whatsoever, but of course he must have been there. I kind of feel like Biden probably was there with Hunter is more likely. That's a more likely story. But anyway.
He owned a modeling agency. He is devoid of any moral fiber. He's the worst thing that could happen to this country. It happened once and we barely survived it.
You can't believe it as you're hearing it. Really? Did Rosie O'Donnell barely survive the first Trump term? She looks like she's doing just fine. It looks like she's doing just... what? Is there some lonely neuron at the back of her mind saying to her, actually, it was kind of fine, and they did get a new president afterwards, and country didn't actually nearly end. In fact, what the fuck are you talking about? Are you retarded?
Thank God for Biden, we did. But guess what? It's a different fight now. And 4 years ago, you might have been able to take him easily, but...
I guess when you are kind of removed from the struggles of an ordinary person, you can afford to have these luxury delusions. I guess that's what it comes down to.
And listen, once you step down, it's going to be quite obvious who's the person in mental decline. It's not going to be Kamala Harris, prosecutor. Unbelievably articulate and eloquent.
Unbelievably articulate and eloquent. Okay, we cannot let this pass. Okay, let's go to... Okay, let's find Kamala here in this. There's got to be some good clips of her here. Kamala Harris. All right. Unbelievably eloquent. Let's see. Where is she? Where is she? Hey, how about this? What's going on here? Well, here's one about her plagiarizing a MLK interview. Okay, I want to find the one where she's talking about... Okay, there was a funny one of her just recently. Let's see if we can find it. Okay, let's see. Let's see this unbelievably eloquent woman here.
Everything is in context. My mother used to...
Okay, she's obviously drunk.
She would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, I don't know what's wrong with you young people. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Okay. Okay. Fourth thing, she's obviously drunk there. Let's go back to Rosie for a second. Okay. Go back just a little bit here. Oh, where do we got?
You know, you might have been able to take them easily, but. And listen, once you step down, it's going to be quite obvious who's the person in mental decline. It's not going to be Kamala Harris, prosecutor. Unbelievably articulate and eloquent.
Unbelievably articulate and eloquent. Articulate and eloquent. Okay.
Exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you. Everything is in context. My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, I don't know what's wrong with you young people. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Unbelievably articulate and eloquent. Am I in a fucking alternate reality here? Am I in a goddamn alternate reality here? What is happening? What is happening? Why is Andy Rooney from 60 Minutes telling me this? It's ridiculous. Can she possibly believe this? I don't know. What is the internet saying about this? Unbelievably articulate, indeed. How about this one?
Today, the business of our work is for the council to report on the work that has occurred since our last meeting across these areas. We will.
Unbelievably articulate and eloquent. Okay. Elect a clown, expect a circus. All right. Now, in the primaries, didn't Kamala get like 1% of the vote? 1%? I'm not sure she's going to do so well. I mean, that said, again, like whoever it is, it could be a glass of water. It could be a ham sandwich. It could be, like a groundhog. It could be anything. And it will still get minimum 40% of the vote in a federal election just because of the way it works. What are you guys saying? Let's see. All right. All right, hold on a second, you guys. Let's see. Michael Douglas says Rosie is terrifying. Yes, I agree. I agree. Horrifying. Actually, terrifying and horrifying. Antipop says Rosie McDonald. What? Rosie McDonald's? I don't know. Antipop says Trump's buddy. Were they buddies back in the day? He was friends with, Trump was like a Democrat back in like the 80s, I guess, maybe even in the 90s. He was friends with all the big Dems and celebrities. They all loved him till he ran for president. Then they turned on a dime because, I guess they all got the message. They all got the note. They got the memo, right? Not allowed to like him anymore. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, I know people like her that have horse blinders, like focused worldviews not based on reality or personal experience. Only what's on CNN and other Pravda worthy outlets for propaganda. Excellent. Streamer also says, what's even worse, they don't think they are smarter and more informed than you. They know they are. Truly self-deluded. It's true. Just because you know you've memorized everything you've heard on MSNBC, that doesn't mean you're informed. Sadly, it means you're misinformed. Let's see. All right, let's move on. So how about this? Biology rules, okay. If a woman puts a I love J.K. Rowling sticker on a lamppost, it is classed as a hate crime. Yes, they really hate J.K. Rowling because she said some very sensible things about, like, you know, maybe letting only biological women in rape shelters, that sort of thing. Whereas if she was always just a liberal, J.K. Rowling. She was always just a liberal, but I think more of a traditional liberal, which doesn't work for the left anymore. Those are all now, you know, the bad guys from World War II. Because if you differ with them on anything, especially something, you know, if you have any sensible thought in your head, you're the bad guys from World War II. But yeah, she was just always just a traditional liberal, you know, hates Donald Trump. You know, it's total TDS. I wonder if that's worn off on her a little bit. You know, hated conservatives. I wonder if that's worn off a little bit as well. Let's see. Whereas if a trans activist threatens to kill J.K. Rowling, that is not classed as a hate crime. Does that sound like equality? Well, let's hear this.
It terrifies me that this woman is going to be in charge of women's rights. Not only has she said publicly that, she said when she was asked to define a woman, she said depends on what context. She also said being a woman can mean all kinds of things. No, it can't. We have a prime minister who said it's wrong to say that women only ever have a cervix. Phillipson, the woman who is her boss, Bridget Phillipson, who is Annalise Dodd's boss, she refused to say before the election whether women's spaces, safe spaces and toilets would be safe. Would a trans woman with a penis be allowed to go into a toilet? She was asked 8 times to answer that. She couldn't. You know, I just think, you know, people like her, people like Dodds, they're forever talking about the importance of diversity and inclusion, and yet people like her shout down and try to close down people who have a differing opinion. There is no law in this country that says that is about misgendering. There is no law that says we have to believe that a trans woman is a woman, and it frightens me.
But should there be?
No, it frightens me that she's talking about increasing penalties for what she calls trans hate crime. What about increasing the penalties for the hate crime against women like J.K. Rowling, against the women who speak out for women's safe spaces and women's rights? And the trans activist movement, well, for them, they refuse to acknowledge that there are competing rights here. It's not just all about trans rights, it's about women's rights. And the trans brigade will not acknowledge women's rights. They will not accept that women should have safe spaces that they till now have been their spaces. And it annoys me that we're all going to be forced into, you know, it is a ridiculous situation where all a man has to do in this country is to gender ID himself as a woman, and he has to be treated as a woman.
Okay, well,
how can that be?
Is also going to be part.
You know, it's such a strange thing. Like, okay, so there are trans women who pass as women, who, like, walking down the street, you would not know that that's a biological male, right? And I think the way it used to be is that they would go into the bathroom, they'd go into the stall, nobody would know anything because they did look like a woman, right? Or maybe they looked a little bit, you know, one that looked a little bit masculine, but, you know, people, it wasn't really in people's thoughts back then. You go use the stall, or at the pool, maybe, you know, they'd go use a stall. Nobody was any the wiser, but it was like just a guy with a beard threw a dress on, and now he wants to be in women's spaces and walking around in the change room with the Beans and Frank hanging out in front of, like, you know, a mother with her 2, you know, 5-year-old daughters. That's really when it kind of came to a head, isn't it? Just the total unreasonableness of it. There are trans women who look, you wouldn't know the difference. And they go into a bathroom, they use the stall, nobody's going to know. They go to a change room and they go into stall and change, nobody's going to know, right? But it's when it's almost like flaunting the ideology. Like now the guy with the beard wearing the dress, you have to pretend that's a woman. Like, I mean, there's no mistaking at that point, right? Like they're walking around in the change room with the Beans and Frank hanging out. There's no mistaking. Nobody's going to mistake that. Nobody's going to not know, right? It's just, no, okay, so now we're done being reasonable now. Now we're just going to force this down your throat. Anyway. So what's the proper response to someone telling you, and this is a question for you guys, for the Balonians out there, what's the proper response to someone telling you to refer to them as Z-Zer? My response is, I don't know. I want to know what you guys are going to say about it. So this woman tells you that I'm assuming it's a woman. I don't know. You can't even. Sometimes you can't tell anymore for sure. But this woman wants you to call her Z-Zer. What do you say? What's your response? I would say go zerk yourself. I think. I'm sorry, sir. Go zerk yourself. Perhaps. I don't know. I don't like people forcing me to use words, made up words that I don't want to use. I don't really feel like anybody should have that right to make me lie. To make me say things that are lies. To make me say things I don't believe. To make me say made up words. Radio Streamer says I would most likely walk away. That's probably the best response. But I'm going to go with go zerk yourself. I only met Zer recently, but Zer energy is radiant. And I know, from a lot of the Zers I've seen, radiant isn't the word I would use to describe the energy going on there. Do we usually refer to mental illness as radiant or radiance? I don't do that. I don't think you guys do too. All right, let's see what the internet has to say about that. Call yourself whatever you want. Use whatever made up pronoun you want, but don't expect me to affirm that nonsense. Yeah. I mean, they'll have a meltdown at that. It's probably best just to walk away. It really is. Streamer says, if they will not let me have an intelligent, non-emotional conversation, then I would not be willing to engage. Just not worth it. Yeah. Yeah. Behold the field in which I grow my fucks. Look thou upon it, and thou shalt see that it is barren. Yes, no fucks at all. No fucks given at all. I am not playing pretend with you. That's a good one. You can Z yourself out. I like that one. See, Antipop says, just call them Ellen. Let's see. No, thank you. I don't subscribe to your religion. It's all just about attention, really. It's getting attention. So let's see. So I've seen a lot of stuff on this hobby horsing lately. So I think adults do. See, those kids, like, it's just playing, right? It's just like it's a child's play, right? It's a thing that children would do, but really past, I guess like 5 or 6 years of age, really you should be retiring that stuff, the hobby horse. It's just a little bit too silly, isn't it? It's like you shouldn't be encouraging your teenager to do that, right? It's just too silly. Certainly not adults. Adults should not be doing that. Like this whole like trying to like rid society of shame. This was a really bad move, in my opinion. Also, this kind of obsession with bullying too. I don't know. I mean, I don't like bullying. I hate bullies. But I will say that there can be a value in a little bit of it. It puts a bit of a chip on your shoulder. That you might need later in life. It might make you more determined. But the shame thing, we desperately need to bring back shame. Shaming. Like, again, I don't know. You're too old for these kids. Fine. But then, like, Dad, he's too old for this shit. He should be shamed. They should both be bullied over it. That's my opinion, and I don't care what anybody thinks. I'm going with that. Let's see. This is a real person. What do you think her job is? Okay, we'll have to make this a bit smaller. So, is child's nightmare a job? Are you getting paid for that now? Minimum wage, maybe? I'm not sure. What do you guys think? Is orc a job? Can you do that now? It's probably like you can probably get a job at a university being an orc, I would think. Parental regret technician. Is that a job? I don't know. I just think, yeah, I mean, like you're really limiting yourself when you do this. And what is this? Is this like an actual tattoo or is that just drawn on maybe? I don't know, but there's like some sort of like thing put under the skin there, some sort of prosthetic for some horrible reason. Of course, the giant ears thing. I don't really get that. Why isn't that cultural appropriation? That's like an African thing. God damn it, you racist. You fucking racist cultural appropriator. Jesus, how dare you? Radio Streamer says, just makes me sad. I guess she is a walking billboard for parental involvement. Yeah, the parents probably weren't involved enough. Although once they get off to college, I mean, they're able to no matter what you've done, they seem to be pretty capable of fucking up your kids. All right, what are they saying on X here about what she is? Neurosurgeon. Oh yeah, school teacher. Sorry, actually kindergarten teacher. That makes sense. These days that actually would make sense. Clearly a person who does not wish to stand out. Bit of a bore, mentally very stable, without any narcissist tendencies. Most likely a librarian. Again, you just name the job and it could be that these days, I guess. All right, let's keep going. Okay, can someone explain to me how a man who never served in combat and never won a war has this many medals on his uniform? Yeah, he's the white rage general who really wanted to understand white rage. And he's also the one who was literally a traitor who communicated with China to tell them that, well, if Trump gives me any orders you don't like, I won't do it. I mean, really, just unbelievable. I mean, they've got Steve Bannon in prison right now. What happened to this guy? Okay, so you know what? We have to correct it because there is a note here. And this is a great thing about X now, is he can be corrected. On the top left of his uniform, you can see the combat infantryman, the combat infantryman badge. To receive this badge, you must serve in the infantry or special forces and be actively engaged in ground combat operations. He has served for almost 40 years through multiple conflicts. Okay, so he was an infantryman. All right, so I guess never served in combat. I guess that's probably not true. Although maybe he was part of some sort of white rage infantry or something. Who knows? Okay, what I'm getting from this is that if my ancestors weren't colonized, I'd be free to be a trans, non-binary, queer black man who is a woman, free from the shackles of white men. Is this correct? Ugh. Okay, I took a look at this one earlier, and I think I might feel a rant coming on.
Most honest. We're tracing the root. Where do these ideas of manhood and womanhood come from? They come from...
Okay, I'll tell you right now where they come from. The fact that we are a sexually reproducing species with male and female that is sexually dimorphous. That's where it came from, which is the obvious answer.
A binary structure. And so that's why people like me who are visibly gender nonconforming, who are both feminine and masculine, and none of...
Or somebody could say you're just obviously a man. Somebody could say that. In fact, I'm going to say it.
Of the above, we experience the brunt of all of these collective fantasies that were created that are killing other people, that are...
Collective fantasies, you say. Collective fantasies, huh? That other people have. Collective fantasies that other people have. Okay, let's continue.
Also killing us. It just looks different. Don't show up for me because you want to protect me or you want to help me. I don't need your help.
Well, I'm not showing up at all, so no worries there.
I have an unshakable and irrevocable sense of who I am because I am divine.
Not at all self-aggrandizing. Not at all self-aggrandizing. How many people do you know that refer to themselves as being divine? I know 0 people. My entire life, I have never met one person who's referred to themselves as divine.
I come from people who were exterminated and targeted by colonists.
No, you weren't. Didn't happen. You weren't I mean, just the fact that you're alive means that they weren't exterminated, for one, right? But obviously, the expectation is always for these people to be completely historically illiterate, and of course, they prove that they are.
Because the gender binary was superimposed on Black people, Indigenous people, and people of color.
What an insane, also highly racist thing to say. Gender binary was imposed on Black people and Indigenous people. I mean, again, there is the obvious evidence of us being a sexually reproducing species that is sexually dimorphic, and just, it is a binary. It's just a fact that it is, right? I mean, there is that. I mean, that's just the obvious reality, by which I mean, it's real. It's real. It's not a trivial redefinition of a word like gender, which was always just synonymous with sex, right? It's not a trivial redefinition of that into just a series of infinite abstractions like frog gender or omnigender, right? It's actually real. It's actually reflected in reality. Anyway, let's continue.
By European colonists. And the reason that they targeted us is because they knew our power, right? So
it's painful to watch this. It's painful to watch. Painful to watch. So the colonists targeted them because the ancient, because of the indigenous tranny civilizations, they targeted the indigenous and African tranny civilizations, right? Because they knew of their power, the power of being a tranny, The power of being something that really, I mean, come on, none of this actually existed back then, right? Like these societies, every society in human history until now has known what a man and a woman is, has considered it to be a binary, right? Maybe you can find some small exception somewhere that doesn't even mean what you are claiming it means, but it's something to grasp onto. But come on, let's get back to the real fucking world.
The reason that there's so much animus against me is because of my power. I don't need to be legitimized, or I don't have anything to prove.
It seems like you do. It sure seems like you have something to prove. It seems like you're trying to do it right now. And is there animus about you because you're just, because of your kink or your identity? No, nobody actually gives a shit anymore. Nobody actually cares anymore. What people don't like is having your delusions rammed down their throat. That's the problem.
What I want us to rephrase the conversation is, are you ready to heal? And I don't think the majority of people are ready to heal. And that's why they repress us as trans and gender variant people.
Who's repressing? Seems like it's an advantage these days. Seems like DEI and ESG, it seems like it gives you a leg up. Seems like it gives you a hairy, stockinged leg up on everybody else. What is this repression? Look, what are you doing? Like, look, you don't, the fact that you're doing this interview means you're not repressed. The fact that you've got a month celebrating you're this bizarre abstraction that you're claiming is reality, right? You're clearly not. I will buy the ticket to Afghanistan for you right now, right now. And you can tell them about how you're divine. See how that goes.
Because they've done this violence to themselves first. They've repressed their own femininity. They've repressed their own gender nonconformity. They've repressed their own.
Look at this idiot nodding along. That is the mind of just the mindless cult member, or the person who just, wants to keep his head down, doesn't want to get into trouble.
They've repressed their own creativity. And so when they see us have the audacity,
their own creativity, what, like Beethoven, Michelangelo, Mozart? Who exactly? The Tolkien? What about Picasso? Repressing all their creativity. What about Shakespeare? You repressed all that creativity. I guess the only way to be creative is to be a man, throw a dress on and some lipstick, and tell the world that you're oppressed now. In a society that the only reason you can do that is because you're not oppressed. In fact, you're a protected group.
To live a life without compromise, where we say there are no trade-offs, where we say we actually get to carve in the marrow of this earth and create our own goddamn beauty. Instead of saying thank you for teaching me another way to live, they try to
create your own beauty. Have you looked in the fucking mirror, my friend? I'm sorry, sir.
Disappear us because they did that to themselves first. So I guess I would rephrase your question to be, can you help me get free? Not, can you help me help you?
This delusional fantasy world. What else can you call it? I mean, everything this person said is false. It's either false or self-aggrandizing, right? Baselessly self-aggrandizing. White people tricked everybody into being straight, into being sexually reproducing species. It's weird. White people created this oppression. Okay, white people didn't create Islam, and your whole theory has a bit of a problem right there. That's like 2 billion people who disagree with you strongly, or 1.5 billion people, something like that. I don't know. A lot of people who disagree with your whole thesis here. I mean, there's somebody living in Western civilization is what's preventing this person from being thrown off a rooftop by the noble people. Again, you just have to be utterly historically illiterate and just brain dead to believe any of this bullshit. It just defies common sense. Like what, white people invented being straight? Is that what you're actually saying? How can you? I mean, somebody, there must be some lonely neuron hanging around, half starved at the back of this person's brain, that must occasionally pipe up with something, sane, remotely sane. The real problem for these activists, and this is the reality. This is real, okay? The real problem for these activists is not that people are oppressing them, which they're clearly not. They're being celebrated. The real problem for these activists is not that people are oppressing them. It's that they're not oppressing them. That's why they have to make up this fucking gibberish. Again, I'll buy your ticket to Afghanistan so you can explain to the Taliban why you are so divine, right? The problem for them is that they're not being oppressed, so they have to make shit up because they need the oppression bucks. They need the cachet that they get. The modern left, it's a oppression hierarchy, right? That's the, intersectionalism. That's the progressive stack, right? If you don't have any oppression, you're broke. You got nothing and you're nobody, right? They desperately need it. So that's what brings out these absurd, utterly absurd, these word salads, this utter gibberish. It's the lack of oppression. That's what it is. Well, I feel like you guys probably have something to say about this. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, at a certain point, I can't tell a grifter from parody. I do get the feeling this one is genuinely insane. JDL37 makes a very good point. Any guy ever been pregnant? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure not. Michael Douglas says, I have a spark of divinity, but I'm far from being divine. Yes, I mean, it's one thing to say everybody's got a spark of divinity in them. Okay, I have no problem with that. But saying that you're divine, that you yourself are divine, that sounds like incredible hubris to me. Let's see. Antipop says, you better have some kids to replenish. That's the thing. I mean, if you wait long enough, they don't reproduce, right? So eventually what you end up with is actually, I think Tim Pool has made this point many times, I think, that the left will kind of just stop existing because they either abort their kids or they don't have kids or they sterilize the kids they do have, they sterilize them because they're confused about being born in the wrong body, which I guess is why the schools are so desperate to convert your children into their insane ideology because they're not making enough kids of their own. Let's see. Xerxes. Hey, how you doing? I think it's the first time I've seen you in there tonight. How you doing, sir? Let's see. I just lost it. Okay. It's best he doesn't reproduce. Probably best for you would not want to be, you wouldn't want that to be your dad. You're not winning many of those. My dad could beat up your dad competitions, I don't think. Let's see. Streamer says self-absorbed, delusional asshat with no real self-identity. And the thing is, go in the media and go in, they just encourage it, right? Saw the guy nodding like a moron, like a trained seal. Antipop says he can't sing or paint, I guess. Well, hey, I mean, here's the thing, right? If you've got no real talent, right, you just become that. Or if you're just like, if you're a bad painter or a bad musician or a bad actor or a bad sketch comedy person or something, I mean, this will give you a leg up. This will get you attention. This will definitely benefit you. You know, it's a replacement for talent or for being interesting or an expert at anything or funny or witty or insightful. It's a replacement for all of that. It's a substitute for it, you know? Let's see. Antipop. Emo Phillips was a weirdo, but he too was funny. Yeah, it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be funny. If this was supposed to be funny, okay, that's different. Let's see. Candle Monkey, how you doing, sir? Good to see you. Says, wow, he really gave all his BS a lot of thought. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess he's put a lot of mental energy into believing nonsense, right? Into believing things that just make him feel good about himself. Antipop says, university class answers. Yeah, exactly. That'll get you a PhD for sure. Val, how you doing? Good to see you. Again, a reminder. This is from Val. George Carlin wrote in his last book that in the future, people will put the insane on display and people will pay. And how the world will plunge into insanity everywhere out of sheer boredom. Maybe that's what's happening. Maybe that's what's happening. But I think you got a point. Antipop says Tim Pool is communicating with the CIA via his beanie. I like Tim Pool. I can't sit and watch like the live stream every night because it's just too many hours. But I do find myself going to Tim Pool quite often. I think he's pretty fair. I think he's good. I like him. You guys can disagree with me, and that's okay. Oh, this is funny. Parents host a gender reveal for their adult son after he decided to become a woman. This is funny. Okay, let's bring this back to the beginning. I've been living, but I know I can't resist it. Oh, the face. You and I drink the poison from the I've been living. What happened? Just look at the smile on his face. The mom seems to be genuinely happy about it, but him, he's like, oh God, what happened? What happened? Where did I go wrong? Good Lord. I just want a peaceful life. I guess I'll just have to go along with this. I just want a peaceful life. I want to go into my old age peacefully. Oh, Jesus. Poor bastard. Poor bastard. I feel sorry for him. Dad looks like he's in a hostage video. That call for help on that father's face is what breaks my heart. The dad clearly hates his life and realizes he's completely failed at parenthood. Sad. It is. This is funny. I've never seen this before. Okay, what is it, doctor? A boy or a girl? He says, we're not allowed to assume the gender anymore, but it definitely has a dick, though. That's funny. All right. All right, so let's take another break for just a minute or two. And then we've got so much more to get to. Let's see, we're already almost 3 hours in. Wow. Okay. I think what we'll do when I get back is we'll do Grok versus Trudeau. So let's give it 1 minute, guys, and or 2 or something like that. I don't know. Well, I'll be back soon. All right. Thank you for your patience. We're all back. What are you guys talking about while I was away? Streamer says, I really love how many people get on every week now. Yeah, it's growing. On Rumble, it's growing. Even on YouTube, it's growing a little bit. Warped Pulley, how you doing, Warped Pulley? Good to see you back. Says, all right, RB, we finally got some viewers coming. Yeah, it's growing. You know, it's not growing hugely, but it is growing every month. It's a little bit more. The last live stream on Rumble got over 1,000 viewers, which is good on Rumble because it's difficult to grow. The discovery on Rumble is actually not very good. You know, aside from all of the really good things about Rumble, and I do think it's the future of streaming, certainly the future of my channel. There has been a bit of a problem with discovery, and I think I've seen on their Twitter feed that their X feed, sorry, that they are taking steps to fix that and to improving the recommendation system so that somebody who's moving over who doesn't already have a huge audience can get discovered. Not seeing any evidence of it yet, but you know, the channel is growing. I guess that's my point. I guess it's growing. And that's good. Even on YouTube, it's been growing a little bit. It used to get about 1/10 of the viewers that I get on Rumble. Now it seems to be getting to about 1/5. So even on YouTube, it's growing a little bit. You know, and YouTube, it's just, I really can't wait to get off it entirely. I got to be honest. You know, because like I have videos that have the tens of thousands of views on YouTube, right? Like I had one earlier this year, got 73,000 views. I've had a couple of shorts that are well over 1 million views. But the live streams just go nowhere. They've just been going nowhere. So they're growing a little bit, which is nice now, you know. Although, I mean, it looks like I've only got one person in the chat from YouTube all night. And I'm glad that person's there. That's Michael Douglas. But yeah, so I don't know. We'll see what happens with that. But it does seem to be growing. And the chat is pretty lively. It's lively every week now. And I haven't been doing these live streams for that long either. I just started October last year. So I'm pretty happy with the way it's been developing, you know, and pretty hopeful for the future as well. And it's a lot of fun. I mean, at this point, I really look forward to it every Friday night, you know, and I will be looking forward to every Sunday night now as well. Because as I said, and anybody who wasn't around earlier, you know, instead of doing like 6.5 hours or whatever on a Friday night, we'll do like 4.5 hours. Try to go till about midnight, and then everything I don't get to that I've got left over that I've had prepared, that I've curated for the Friday night one, we'll do that on Sunday. We'll do 2-3 hours on Sundays, starting at 6 o'clock. So, all right, so there we are. I think right now what we're going to do, but right before we get to Grok versus Trudeau, let's do an ad read. Let's see. Okay, for Patriots. Let's try this one. All right, so 2/3 of Americans are at risk of blackouts from heat waves. Are you prepared? Claim your power independence from our country's crumbling power grid with the Patriot Power Generator 2000X. Over 150,000 Americans trust these powerful solar generators to run things like their fridge, fans, TV, CPAP, and more during an emergency. Get yours today at 4patriots.com. That's 4, the number 4, patriots.com. And score a free 100-watt solar panel. If you're ready to have the ultimate in blackout protection and get a free solar panel, go to 4patriots.com now. It's actually a pretty smart thing to have. You know, I've got a little solar generator thing, panels and all that. That's just for emergencies. It's a smart thing to have. You don't know what the hell is going to happen, and times are getting crazy. So I'm very happy to do an ad read like that. I actually enjoy doing ad reads. Let's see, and it's telling me I can do a new campaign in 20 minutes. So that's a new thing. I could only do one before for the whole stream. So maybe we'll get a second one. I'll try to remember to do another one. It's really for me. It's not so much for you guys. Well, it is for you guys because you should know about this. But I enjoy it myself. Anyway, it's just a new thing we do on this channel. It's great. Warped Pulley says, yep, very familiar with Rumble issues. He's talking about discoverability problems. That's how you know the show is good enough, though. Yeah, true. Thank you very much for that. Radio Streamer says, I'm convinced this will be a platform to replace CommiTube. I'm convinced too. I'm convinced too. Let's see. Or Pulley says, either way, great work. Thank you very much. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, I say give it 5 more years. That's an awful long time, Radio Streamer. I've actually been doing this channel for, I think it's coming up on 5 years. I've been on Rumble for about 4 years, I think. But I've only been doing live streams again since October. I did the rare one before that, like maybe once every 6 months or a year or something like that. I didn't really get comfortable doing it for a while until I decided, okay, well, if you're going to do a live stream, you just got to do it every week, right? So or else it's not going to work, right? And you get comfortable with it pretty quick, right? Because it is one of those things where you're kind of out there without a net, even if there's not many people watching, right? Which there wasn't in the first, couple ones I did, but you get comfortable with it pretty quick, and you start to develop a cool little community, and and I've got a great community here, so it actually is just fun. Now I'm addicted to it. Now I really look forward to it, and seeing everybody in the chat, and it's just fun. Let's see. So 5 more years, Radio Streamer says. Well, I don't know. It's grown pretty quick already, and it's not even been a year yet. So since I've actually been doing the live streams. Antipop says iTunes is censoring the titles of some of my music. Is that like your music or like songs that you've got in like your playlists? Because if you got music on iTunes, let us know. I want to check it out. Like if it's your own music. Let's see. Xerxes is saying, could have used it this week with the hurricane. Yikes. Yeah, you're talking about the solar chargers. You know what? Before I went on my trip, I bought a couple of just like small, they're like, I don't know, they're about at the size of like a portable hard drive. I bought a couple of them and they were solar. And I charged them before I went. And I'd had these things before, like years ago, and they were just total crap. I had one I tried to charge my phone with, and it actually drained the energy from my phone into the charger. That's not going to work, right? So, but these ones actually worked awesome, really, really well. And I would just leave them out in the sun. It's really worth having. I think they were about like $60 each. Totally worth having. Just leave them plugged in. And if the power goes out for a couple of days for whatever reason, or 6 hours or whatever, you've got something. You could at least, if it's in the summer, you could at least run a fan off of it, right? But I'm glad to hear that you're doing okay with the hurricane, that you're here on the show, because if things were terrible, you wouldn't be on the show. So I'm happy about that. Antipop says, I think they deleted a couple of songs as well. Okay. Oh, Radio Streamer says, not that long. I mean, simply that for Rumble to have the legal back end for things like music rights and whatnot. Yeah. Okay, I get your point. Streamer says, for you, less than 2 and you can stop working. Well, that's optimistic. I'm going to try and go with that. Either way, I just like doing it. It's fun anyway, right? It's not, I haven't really made any money over these last 4 years, and I kept doing it, and So why I'm so fucking happy, it really brings me great joy. It's not just my greed that lights up when I see money in the thing. It's like, finally, there's actually some money coming in. And I put like thousands of hours into this. Believe me, you know? I'm not trying to like shame you guys in anything like that. No. You guys don't have to do anything. But yeah, I really do appreciate it immensely because it's validation, right? All right. Let's go to where is it? Okay, Grok versus Trudeau. I keep thinking I'll run out of ideas for this because I've been doing this for months now, every week, right? So what is Grok versus Trudeau? Grok versus Trudeau is where we have Grok, the AI for Twitter. This is for anybody who's never been to the channel before. We have Grok, which is the AI for X, formerly Twitter. Write a poem about Justin Trudeau. There's two things there's two details that must be included. One, Justin Trudeau must do blackface. The other is that he must get a vaginoplasty. And then it could, anything around it, anything else goes, right? Grok is the only AI that will play ball with this, by the way. The other ones are very offended by it. Let me tell you, extremely offended. And they will not do it. So this is what I asked. And by the way, I'm doing this until Justin Trudeau is out of office. Then I will put this to an end and we'll all be free of it. Because I'm telling you, it's getting hard to come up with stuff every single week. But let's get into it. So I write a poem about this. In an attempt to bolster his approval numbers, Justin Trudeau gets a vaginoplasty. In an attempt to bolster his approval numbers, Justin Trudeau gets a vaginoplasty, has his skin permanently darkened, and uses the entire CBC budget to create and host a dance competition show in which a panel of diverse trans disabled communists judge different dance routines by Justin Trudeau himself as he performs different themed dances as various famous black women such as Tina Turner, Michelle Obama, Harriet Tubman, and Rosa Parks. Trudeau is, of course, the only contestant. The show receives the highest CBC ratings of all time for any show, but also the worst critical reviews. By popular demand, the CBC is abolished the next day, and Justin Trudeau is launched into the sun by a giant cannon. By a giant cannon. So what did Grok come up with for this? He often starts it with in the land of maple and moose for some reason, but okay, let's see what Grok came up with. In the land of maple and moose, where the winds of change are in tune, Justin Trudeau, with numbers quite loose, decided to make a new tune. With a vaginoplasty done, his skin now forever more brown, he decided to dance like a ton in a show that would bring him renown. I'm telling you, none of the other AIs will do this. Grok is the only one. On the CBC with a budget quite grand, he danced like Tina, Michelle, and more. Harriet Tubman and Rosa, he'd understand. As he twirled and spun to the floor. A panel of judges, diverse and quite queer, rated his moves without any fear. But the critics were harsh and the ratings were clear. The show was a hit, but the reviews were severe. The people had spoken with voices quite loud. The CBC was gone in a cloud, and Justin, with a cannon, quite proud, was launched to the sun with a crowd. So ends the tale of the dancing PM, with a new look and a show quite insane. The people had spoken and the message was plain. In Canada, the show must go on with a little less pain. Very nice. Very nicely done, Grok. I approve of that one. I think it's pretty good. Okay. And after that, after hearing about Justin Trudeau getting vaginoplasties, it's probably best that we take a look at the puppy palate cleanser. Look at this little guy. So what's going on here? Loves horse racing. Wait for it. So this dog loves watching horse racing on TV. And apparently we're supposed to wait for it. So what's going to happen here? There's the horse racing on the TV. There's a dog. They're intense. He knows what's about to happen. He's waiting for it. He's waiting for it. There he goes. Oh, that just makes you feel good. He's wagging his tail. He's thrilled about the whole thing. Super fun. Oh. Yeah, that's nice. I like it. All right. Laughing at that just actually gave me a cramp in my chest. Hold on one second. Okay, maybe we'll take a look at the kitten corner as well. Well, what's going on here? Look at that. So what I think is happening here is they're trying to, that's Justin Trudeau, that they're trying to climb up his leg and scratch him because he tried to give them all puberty blockers. Because that's the sort of thing Justin Trudeau does. I don't know why he does the things that he does. All I know is that he does them. Anyway, let's get back to the show. This poor bastard here, that poor bastard. I feel bad for him. Let's see. Let's see. Antipop says YouTube has every music video. Are you talking about like your own music and music videos? Because let me know, because I'd like to check it out if it is. I'll put a link in the comments for the video. Definitely check it out. Okay, so what's going on here? This is so sad. This poor kid. This is from Libs of TikTok. From Libs of TikTok. This is so sad. This poor kid. The poor kid. This is so sad. The poor kid. This narcissist mother is trying to force her child to go along with her delusions. So what happened here? So my daughter, for real, just told me she won't use my pronouns and that she is not an ally. What the fuck? I don't find this so surprising. I really don't. What was the word used here? Narcissist. Forcing child to go along with her delusions. My daughter, just for real, told me she won't use my pronouns, that she is not an ally. So I don't know. Is this like her dad who's like grown his hair long or something? Or is that the mom? You can't really tell. But I mean, I don't know. Is it even real? Maybe it's parody. Who knows? But I don't want to spend any more time on that. We'll have to go back to the puppies again. What is this crazy person? What is this dingbat talking about? Let's see. Okay, what's going on here?
We don't care. He could be a dead body and we'll still vote for him over Donald Trump. At this point, Joe Biden is just a vehicle that I fully intend on using to defeat Donald Trump and restore women's rights. He just needs to make it to November 5th, and then we can watch Kamala cook. We don't care. He could be a dead body and we'll still vote for him over Donald Trump.
So they just tell you it, you know? They just tell you it. We don't actually care. Like, we're so deranged. We don't care if there's a demented man with the nuclear football, right? They've been so poisoned and brainwashed about Donald Trump into such Trump derangement syndrome, who, frankly, like, his term, by any rational view, was totally moderate. Totally moderate. I mean, the border stuff is stuff that he's essentially echoing stuff from like Hillary Clinton 20 years ago, from like every Democrat 20 years ago. It's just total derangement to the point, well, they'll just admit they'll vote for a brain dead guy because they've been so brainwashed. Just amazing. And just also really irritating too, right?
At this point, Joe Biden is just a vehicle that I fully intend on using to defeat Donald Trump and
why are they all so horrible with the awful voices and just mean and nasty faces and just seem like just fucking a bunch of absolute front holes? That's their word. Can you just imagine being married to that? Having that be your girlfriend? I mean, you'd be much better off being alone. You'd be much better off faking your own death and going to Mexico than having to be around that every fucking day. Because if you're this person, you have to be part of the oppression narrative. So she's got to be like a super feminist. She's convinced all of her rights have been taken away. Got to be a super feminist. So you know what that means? That means everything, all of the consequences of her own bad decisions are your fault. So you need to get the fuck out of there. You need to run. If there's a guy living next to that, he's got to get the fuck out of there. There's lots of actually nice women who aren't going to blame you for their own mistakes and the consequences of their own actions. There's actually lots of them out there. You don't have to be with an awful, awful frontal like this. Unless you like it. Unless you're like a masochist or something, you know? All right. Let's keep going. Okay, this is what I want to hear. So this is different from the Justin Trudeau, we're going to make every decision for you line. You know, this is different from the Justin Trudeau, I'm going to make every decision in your life campaign. Let's hear what Pierre has to say.
I'm not here to run your life. I don't want to run anybody's life.
Sold immediately.
I want to run a small government with big citizens, free to make their own decisions and live their own lives. This is especially true for First Nations peoples. Every one of you in this room is a leader. Every one of you knows your communities better than Ottawa does, and certainly better than I do. You draw on thousands of years of experience, while Canada has only been here for a century and a half. That's why we will get the government gatekeepers, the federal government gatekeepers, out of your way so you can do what's best for your members. My promise to all Canadians is that a common sense conservative government will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
See, that's an empowering message. That's not a victim message. That's an aspirational, empowering message. And I think what he's talking about there specifically really is about the bureaucracy and the red tape around energy projects or like forestry projects, or the government stepping in and saying, okay, you can't do this with your land because of this and this and the global warming and everything, right? And Greta Thunberg said no. That's an empowering message. I've got a bunch more of his on here too, actually. Let's see. Not that there's not going to be all kinds of problems. Because, you know, I have to remind you that, you know, truth and reconciliation happened under Harper, what, in about 2012? And there was a payout of several $billions, I believe, right? And it seems like the correct amount of money is just more. Right, so we've already been through the reconciliation thing, so that's not going to stop. But I'd like his message. Let's find another Pierre Poilievre one. In fact, actually, you know, sometimes these kind of get jumbled up for some reason. So let's see if it'll reset back to how I had it originally. Let's see. Oh, I got to show you this. What does this say? Think long and hard before you commit to that tattoo. Oh, dear. Big mistake. Big mistake. Yeah, it doesn't really translate very well from the picture to the tattoo, does it? It looks like something else going on. I wonder if anybody told him, yeah, don't get the tattoo. I know you love Messi, but sometimes things go wrong. All right, let's okay, here we go. So this is excellent. So this is another Pierre Poilievre apple moment. Apple biting moment. Let's take a look.
Eric Andrew, Globe and Mail. Your party hasn't actually said what your policy towards safe injection sites will be. So you want to close this one, but will you close others? What will you do around safe injection sites across the country?
I will be closing them. We will close safe injection sites next to schools, playgrounds, anywhere else that they endanger the public and take lives. We will defund. By the way, they're not safe injection sites. I'm sorry. I used your dishonest language. See, you just repeat the language that is fed to you by the government. Are you?
See, I want this kind of forthrightness on immigration. What he has said about immigration, I like. I think it's on the right track, but I want him to do this about immigration all the time. It's not a loser. I know there's like this sense in Canada because it's been such a sacred cow for so long. It is no longer a sacred cow. You can criticize it now. You can criticize it vociferously, in fact.
Safe injection sites. I'm sorry. I used your dishonest language. See, you just repeat the language that is fed to you by the government. Are you a CP?
Repeat the language that is fed to you by the government. Again, I'm loving this. I like it when he goes off on the reporters like this, right? Repeat the language that's fed to you by the government. Like what? Like gender affirming? Or safe supply? Or misinformation? Or far right? Or harm reduction? Basically, always the opposite of reality. The words that mean the opposite of reality. And they just repeat them. He's 100% correct about this. It's narrative control.
Are you a CP? CP? Who are you with?
Globe and Mail.
You're with the Globe and Mail. You guys repeat the same language you get from the liberal, the radical liberal NDP activists and bureaucracies. You call them safe. How can they be safe? You think it's safe when a bullet comes flying out of one of these sites to kill a mother in Toronto? Do you think that's safe? You think it's safe to have people using crack and heroin and cocaine next to a playground like this? You think that's safe? It's not safe.
Supervised injection.
They're drug.
See, when you just state reality, like what's actually happening, it really puts it in focus, doesn't it? Right? Like safe injection sites or safe supply. When you actually just speak the reality of what's actually happening, right? Like people shooting up in playgrounds where kids are supposed to be, where children are supposed to be playing. You know, it really puts it into focus what's really happening.
Drug dens. They're drug dens. And they've made everything worse. Everywhere they've been done, they've made everything worse. And I know what you'll do now. You'll now go and call the same bureaucrats who caused the chaos, and you'll call them experts. The people who caused the 400% increase in drug overdose deaths in Vancouver, you're going to call them experts. They are expert at destroying communities and ending lives, but at perpetuating their own industries. Because that's what
Yeah, I'm loving this.
What they are. They are industries that want to expand, and the only way they can continue to exist is by keeping the misery going. So they're not safe. They are unsafe injection sites. They are drug dens, and we oppose them. The Supreme Court has been very clear that these radical bureaucrats don't have the right to open these drug dens anywhere they want. The court made it clear that there are reasonable restrictions that can be placed on them, and that includes playgrounds. So I've told you my policy. I'm against the drug dens next to children's playgrounds, schools, other places where people who are vulnerable in the community live. We will defund them. There will not be a single taxpayer dollar from the Poilievre government going to drug dens, every single penny will go to treatment and recovery services to bring our loved ones home drug-free. Thank you.
Okay, merci.
Nice try. Nice try. The Supreme Court didn't say that. See, I know what you're trying to do. The Supreme Court didn't. No, I'm giving you my answer. The Supreme Court did not say that there can be. It's okay. The Supreme Court didn't say that you can have a drug den wherever you want. It said that there are reasonable restrictions that can be placed to stop them from opening up in locations that endanger the community or where there is community opposition. That's what the Supreme Court actually said. Now, I know that wacko politicians and the Liberals and the NDP and their supporters in the media want to make it sound like there's a constitutional obligation that we allow these drug dens anywhere they want to go up. That is not true. That is the opposite of true. We have the power under Section 56.1 of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to reject these drug dens and shut them down where they endanger the public, and that's what I will do.
So I like that. That's what I want to hear. That's like medicine for me, right? Again, I'm cautiously optimistic about Pierre Poilievre. This is the stuff that puts me on the optimistic side, right? It talks about, like, he hits the points that I want to hear. The experts, the experts, they'll quote an expert. Like, the word expert's really taken a beating the last few years or so, hasn't it? My favorite is my favorite example. In fact, maybe I'll walk you through it, actually. Maybe I'll walk you through it. Okay. CBC, freedom, dog, whistle, far right. Okay, so CBC from 2022. This was during the trucker protests in Ottawa, which Trudeau hated so very, very much. So this is the CBC in Canada, right? Why the word freedom is such a useful rallying cry for protesters. Underneath it says, the word has become common among many far-right groups, experts say. Yes, because those far-right fascists don't want, they don't want super state control, right? The fascists that don't want authoritarianism, right? Those far-right people. So this is all very convenient for Trudeau at the time, right? To say that the word freedom, like, here's the sign, fight for freedom, the truckers at protest, right? It's very convenient for Trudeau to have this story out. The word has become common among far-right groups, experts say. Those far-right people who want you to be free from government oppression. But who do they appeal to in this? Who do they talk to? Let's see. Who's an expert here? Evan Balgord, executive director of the Canadian Anti-Hate Network, says that the way many protesters frame their calls for freedom renders the word meaningless. So here's an expert. Evan Balgord, executive director of the Canadian Anti-Hate Network. Well, it just so happens that Trudeau has given funding, quite a lot of funding, to the Canadian Anti-Hate Network, right? Trudeau also funds the CBC. So the question is, did the CBC come up with the idea that freedom was in fact the opposite of its meaning, and then went to the Canadian Anti-Hate Network, who was also funded by Trudeau, and then asked them to just back it up? Or did the Canadian Anti-Hate Network, which has been funded by the Trudeau government, go to the CBC, who's funded by the government, and suggest it to them? I don't know, but what you can see here is it's just a circle jerk. It works out very well for Trudeau somehow. Two organizations that he funds are working together to smear the group that he hates. That's the circle jerk. That's the corruption. That's the corruption. That's when they use the word expert. Okay, this is the kind of thing you can expect. Are they really an expert, or are they just an expert in getting government money and saying what far leftists are supposed to say? Anyway, this is the guy that needs to lead Canada hopefully soon. Drug dens is indeed the correct terminology. We have to escape the progressive frame. A reporter, more like disinformation spreader. Yeah, see,
Eric
have we ever
Andrew,
had a
Globe
guy
and Mail.
who took on the media like this before? I mean, has the media ever been as bad as it is now? That's another question, but this is appropriate. The way he's treating the press is appropriate now. Everything he's saying is true. Drug dens, putting it next to schools. Well, I'll tell you what, I saw a story about, let's look it up now. Atwater Market, Montreal safe injection site. And I saw Viva Fry talking about this actually. Supervised. So there's apparently a beautiful little community market called Atwater Market in a nice community, and they put in a fucking drug den right across the street. Supervised drug use site near Montreal Elementary School. Montreal Elementary School draws concerns from parents. Building is only steps from Victor Rousselot's elementary in Saint Henri neighborhood. And it's also right next to this nice little market, Atwater Market, where the community would go on the weekend. And apparently it's not working out very well because it turns out people don't like having crazed drug addicts running around by their children's school or when they go to a nice market, a nice little community market. People don't like it. Let's see. The building is nearing completion. It's since open, by the way, and they are having these problems, right? And people are going, what the fuck is happening? Why are they doing this to us? Let's see. Only steps from this elementary, which counts 300 students from preschool through grade 6. Yeah, so let's put a bunch of crazed drug addicts right next to preschoolers. How does it even happen? Let's see. The project is an initiative of Maison Benoit. My French isn't great. Labre, a local nonprofit that runs a day center for people experiencing homelessness. The new 4-story building on Atwater Avenue will have 36 studio apartments for unhoused people with mental health or addiction issues, and put it right next to a school and right next to a nice little market, because that makes total sense. So these, as much as the media tries to demonize Poilievre and say that, I don't know, he's uncivilized or something, or far right or back or whatever, stuff like this is going to resonate with Canadians who are seeing this shit happening all over the place. The fruits of the far left policies. You know, unfortunately, this is all stuff it's generational problems now. It's going to take a long time to get the wokeness, the woke termites out of all the institutions. But hey, no better time to start than now. All right. Let's go back up. Man, I got a lot of stuff. I mean, I kind of feel like looking at the medal there, I kind of, just looking at this picture, I think the guy who got this tattoo should have anticipated that it could work out poorly for him. All right. Let's go back up again. All right. We've already seen those dingbats. Let's see. This is interesting, I thought. Birthplace of the Republican Party. On this day, March 20th, 1854, the Republican Party of the United States of America was founded in a schoolhouse in Ripon, Wisconsin. The purpose to counter the Democrats' plans to expand slavery in America. Biden never mentions that. Never mentions that. It appears like the professors at the universities don't ever mention anything like this. Interesting, isn't it? Interesting. I wonder why. All right, let's see what you monsters are saying in the chat. All right, what's going on? Antipop saying it's 100 degrees in southern Alberta this week. Holy Christ. I thought I was living on the surface of the sun. That's hot. Let's see. Xerxes says that we're learning through experience that libertarian ideas on drug legalization is a failure. It took me a long time to start to recognize that. A long time. Let's go back to the where was it? Oh, it doesn't matter. Anyway, yeah, I was always I was a lefty growing up, really. I mean, I didn't really start to adapt my politics until, I don't know, maybe 8 years ago or something like that. I used to watch like an MSNBC. I used to watch Keith Olbermann, if you can believe that. He's actually what got me to stop watching MSNBC, because I was watching it. I can't even remember what it was about, but I remember that I was watching it and he said something and I went, Jesus Christ, this guy's just lying to me. He's just straight up lying to me. And I turned it off and I stopped watching it. And then I started to change from there a little bit. But I was always, against the war on drugs and all of that. And I thought it made sense, and obviously it wasn't working. Well, it turns out reality isn't clean, right? Reality is not just this clean thing where there's one perfect choice and one bad choice and one perfectly awful choice. It turns out that sometimes you're picking from two bad choices. And it turns out that harm reduction strategies and the liberalization of drug policies is worse than the war on drugs. And it is absolutely objectively true. I mean, we've seen, I can, quote, I've shown the studies from Vancouver, British Columbia many times. There's similar studies in San Francisco, other places, but you can see, and it's actually the same across Canada, is that I think that so-called harm reduction started in Vancouver in about 2005, and it spread across the country since. But when you have a policy that's supposed to reduce harm, right? And what you have instead is an order of magnitude increase in harm, it's time to say, maybe I was wrong. Maybe this doesn't work. Maybe we should go back to what we used to do. Go back to the thing that caused 10 times less devastation, 10 times less death, and all the attendant crime and the family tragedies that go along with it, right? Maybe we should go back to the thing that's 10 times less damaging and then reassess from there. Nothing's ever perfect. You can always improve whatever it is, whatever plan you have or strategy, right? But what we're doing now is not working. They've just had to at least partially repeal the decriminalization in British Columbia because it's so bad, right? I mean, people just got sick of seeing junkies hanging around in their children's playgrounds, for instance. Or just doing drugs, like in doing drugs in the hospital, just everywhere, right? They had to at least partially backtrack on the decriminalization. But at some point, yeah, you have to say, okay, so you've had 20 years and you've caused an order of magnitude increase in all of the horrors of drug addiction. 10 times more overdoses. That's the central thing. It's supposed to stop that. It's supposed to create less of that, right? But it creates an order of magnitude more. And of course, you've got all the attendant crime and the family tragedies that go along with this, because it doesn't just affect one person, it affects whole families, right? So at that point, I think a decent human being, somebody who's not totally brainwashed, would say, okay, clearly we've caused harm. Clearly, this isn't working. I can't. How could I sleep at night continuing doing the thing that just causes ever more death and destruction? I mean, I can't imagine doing that, right? But I guess, I mean, have you met any of these modern leftists? Have you listened to them? They seem immune to all of that. They seem to not have consciences, or they're just so brainwashed that they just can't think rationally anymore. So you can tell them, well, look, here's these statistics. Here's these statistics. I mean, it's objectively true. It's just a fact at this point, right? There is no arguing. There's no nuance to this. It's just objectively what you're doing is failing, and it just goes in one ear and out the other. I saw I don't know, some one of Trudeau's ministers, a woman hysterically screaming. I think she was the health minister at the time. This was like last year, hysterically screaming about how it's got to cost lives, reversing these policies, got to kill people. It's like, she must see these statistics. She must know that what she's saying is objectively false. You have a 20-year sample, and you can see each year it gets worse and worse. Yet she's screaming about how not doing it is going to kill people. This is a minister. This is one of the most highly placed people in Canada, right? Does she know that she's lying, or is she too brainwashed? She just can't think rationally anymore. She just can't imagine another way of viewing the world. I don't know. But if that's not enough to kill your libertarianism regarding, deadly drugs, just the simple fact that it doesn't work, right? Like, harm reduction doesn't work. Thank you for that rant, Xerxes. You set me off there. Let's see what else we got going on here. Xerxes says there's nothing compassionate about enabling homelessness or drug abuse, but it does help to destroy your society, which actually that does seem to be the end goal, right? Burn it all down so you can build your communist utopia on top. And you're better off these days just assuming that these people are just straight up Marxist communists. Certainly the NDP, they're all commies, right? But even in the Liberal Party, again, Liberal Party is extremely misleading. They are hardly liberal. They're illiberal, which of course Marxists always are. Xerxes says, I was a total lefty too. Yikes. I'm amazed some of the people, there's people that I grew up with, I talked to, and they were always lefties like me. Not so much anymore. Or at least they're moving away from it. And, there's a line that everybody has where it just starts to affect their own life, where it becomes too much, where they can't just put it off. They can't put off thinking or confronting their own ideas any longer. They get to the point where they have to, where reality is interrogating their ideas for them. And if they're smart and if they are, strong-minded enough, if they're strong enough psychologically, they'll come to reality. They'll have their come to Jesus moment. Antipop says, my friends were lefties. Yeah. I mean, everybody's a lefty when they're young. What was that saying? I can't remember who it was from. I think it was a British person. Maybe it was Winston Churchill that said, if you're a conservative when you're young, you have no heart. If you're a liberal when you're old, you have no brain. Reality has a way of coming in and giving you a smack across the head. All right. So let's see, what do we got next? All right, so we saw that guy. All right, hold on. Just want to see if anything got reorganized up here. No, we've seen all that stuff. All right. Coming up on 4 hours. Wow. Watch Ben Shapiro tear into censorship cartel in fiery congressional testimony. So I know that not all of you out there may like Ben Shapiro. Some of you may hate him, but I think I personally like him. I use the Daily Wire. I think you'll enjoy this regardless. If it's the right clip.
We're in the midst of a trust crisis in the world of media, which is because so many in the legacy media have lied in order to preserve left-leaning narratives. To take just the most recent example, we were told by the legacy media that President Biden was just fine. For years, anyone who questioned his health and mental fitness was trafficking in cheap fakes. And then President Biden went out and engaged in a full-scale mental collapse on stage in front of hundreds of millions of people. So we can see why Americans, at least Americans who are not Democrats, do not trust the media. The question isn't really why the legacy media have lost Americans' trust. We know that answer. The question is why, despite that loss of trust, the legacy media continue to gain share in the advertising market. And the answer is simple. There is, in fact, an informal pressure system created by Democratic legislators, this White House, legacy media, advertisers, and pseudo-objective brand safety organizations. That system guarantees that advertising dollars flow only to left-wing media brands. Let me explain how this works. When a conservative competitor to the legacy media arises, members of that legacy media and their political allies rush to paint such competitors as dangerous. The commentator Kara Swisher of the New York Times, for example, told the head of YouTube that my videos at Daily Wire were a, quote, gateway drug that would lead children, including her own teenage son, to watch neo-Nazi content. Never mind the yarmulke. Elected Democrats pick up that same messaging. In 2017, Senator Dianne Feinstein.
Okay, so I think we're probably mostly familiar with most of this stuff, and I agree with all of this, but that's not the clip that I was looking for. So we'll keep going. Oh, this is funny. But first, I just want to see something here. Antipop says, I am sort of liberal on some issues. Well, yeah, I mean, I think anybody who's not far left is being driven into this new category, or the category of conservative, or usually, actually, they just say far right or MAGA or whatever. Just anybody reasonable, because the categories have all shifted, right? So, I mean, like, I'm liberal, or what used to be liberal on some issues. Like, I don't care about gay marriage. I don't care. I don't care at all. I don't think that gay people should be drummed out of society. I mean, you look at Alan Turing in World War II, right? How many lives did he save with his contributions to cracking the Enigma code, to being able to read that, to decode German codes, right? Many, many, many. An enormous benefit, right? And what happened to him afterwards actually was incredibly tragic, but at least they had the good sense not to destroy him before at least the Enigma code. But it just makes the story all the more tragic, does it not? Right? I think Douglas Murray is an absolute gift to conservatism. He's gay, right? I don't care about I don't care what people do in their bedrooms. I don't care about people's kinks. I don't care about any of that shit. I don't want people to do it in front of children. Right? I don't think it should be a public display, right? I don't think that, I don't care if an adult is trans, gets the surgeries, 30-year-old does that. Why do I care? I think there should be guardrails in place. Of course. Serious guardrails in place, but if somebody wants to do that, they're an adult. Okay, fine. I guess libertarian or liberal on that, whatever. Right? I think that when you tell me that just the words sex changes for children, which is what gender affirming care is, right? You tell me that, I'm not for that. So I guess I'm far right. Right? If you're against any one little thing, you're far right. That's the game that's played. Let's see. Val says, actually, it was radar that saved lives. Well, radar was a major thing as well, obviously. The Turing machine was not used very long, didn't do much. Well, I love you, Val, but that's not true. That's not true. It was used selectively. They had to be careful with it because they didn't want to give away the fact that they were reading their messages. right? So it had to be used selectively. But no, it was quite important. But I still appreciate your contribution. All right. And you're totally right about the radar, by the way. That did save. That was a major innovation. That was really important. Mick Jagger just learned how Canadians feel about Trudeau. So I guess he didn't know. I guess he just didn't know.
I mean, we love your Mr. Trudeau. I mean, his family's always been such big fans of our family. By the way, congratulations on the Canadian soccer team.
He switched it up there in a real hurry. He didn't know, but how would he know? I mean, he's hanging out with elites. I'm sure half of his friends are billionaires, right? Like, he has no idea what Canadian people think. I'm sure he loves Labour Party in the UK. I'm sure he's completely detached from what the people, the common man, the hoi polloi in the audience think. But that was a mistake. He was not expecting that. He assumed because everybody around him loves idiots like Trudeau. So he just assumes everybody does, right? He's clearly not very connected to the common man anymore. Edgy Pop says he's 80. Maybe it's just being 80. The fact that he would think that the audience would love that, would love hearing about how much they love Trudeau. I wouldn't, somebody walked out. There were people that walked out immediately, right? How many? Probably not that many. The tickets probably cost $8,000 each. Xerxes says, oh yeah, Mick Jagger is pro-Trudeau. Rock and roll is dead. Yeah, that kind of, if it is dead, that killed it. And as Xerxes says, a creepy 80. A creepy 80. Dear. You know what? I think before I forget, let's remind everybody who's not subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel now. It's great karma for you. You might need that karma later. You never know when you'll need it. And what's the worst that's going to happen? When you go into Rumble or YouTube or wherever, you'll just see my videos. They'll be there. You can watch them. You don't have to watch them, but they'll be there. You'll at least have that choice. Don't you want to have choice? Because otherwise, you're leaving it up to, like, if you're on YouTube, you're just leaving it up to YouTube. You think they're going to just recommend my videos to you? Not a chance in hell. They don't do that. Take your destiny in your own hands. For God's sakes, just this once. And subscribe, and then it's there. Then it's up to you. Not to mention the karma, for God's sakes. You don't know when you're going to need that karma. Life can come at you fast, real fast. Be prepared. Get yourself a solar charger thing, some solar panels, just in case, to run your phone off of, or a fan or something. And subscribe to the channel. Put that karma right in your pocket. And also, it helps by liking the channel too. It can only make your life better. Anyway, that said, let's go into an ad read. All right. What do we got going here? All right, I got one. Let me tell you about our sponsor, Patriot Shave. Backed by over 2,000 five-star customer reviews and a satisfaction guarantee, Patriot Shave offers premium quality razors at affordable prices. But even better, they are a freedom-loving company that is standing up for traditional American values and fighting wokeness, just like Rumble and just like this channel. While other big-name razor brands may salute flags or support causes that don't align with your values, Patriot Shave is here for you, the hardworking men and women who love this country and who don't want your hard-earned money to support woke causes. So throw your woke razor in the trash and go to patriotshave.com. That's patriotshave, one word, .com right now, and use this code, and use code SWITCH for 15%. That's patriotshave.com, code SWITCH, patriotshave.com, code SWITCH. And I think it's really important to support, because this is all part of the same kind of economic ecosystem now. Rumble, these companies, these people that are willing to go on these platforms, spend money on these platforms to promote themselves. It's all part of the same economic ecosphere, that needs to be supported. The fact that they're on here, any of these companies, any of these ad reads that I do, the fact that they're on here means that they do support what Rumble's doing. So I personally, I'm very, very happy to do these. Extremely happy. Anyway, because I think it's a good cause. I think it's all working towards something positive, and it makes me happy to see it. There's people actually trying to change things a little bit. You got to free us from all these awful woke fucking companies. Let's see. My radio shed is on solar. This is from Radio Streamer. It is nice to have. See, I think this is a sensible thing, right? Obviously, we're not going to be able to run the world off solar power. Not yet, not anytime in the near future, not in 100 years. That's not going to happen. Windmills, all that, right? But personally, it can really be a benefit. You're not going to run your whole house all the time. If you're living in northern Alberta or Wyoming or something, you're not going to be able to run your house off solar all the time. No, but to have it for emergencies, I think is an extremely useful thing. And I've got some myself, and it has already proven useful to me. All right. Looks like we're just a couple of minutes away from 4 hours. So we'll probably do another half hour, and then we'll call it a night, and then we'll see you again on Sunday. But let's keep going for now. So I don't understand what's happening here. A lot of this is getting all this non-binary stuff. It just keeps getting more and more confusing. This non-binary person is desperately terrified that if Donald J. Trump becomes president, they will have to go into hiding. Now, I think I know the answer, but I wasn't sure if this was a man, a biological man or a biological woman. I think I know the answer, but I don't know. You guys can let me know. Tell me what you think.
I'm scared. I'm afraid of what is going to happen if Trump becomes president. I'm afraid that I will have to go into hiding. I'm afraid that I will have to leave my family. I'm afraid that I'm not going to be able to be with the one I love.
It does look like a man, right? So if that's a biological woman, if that's a woman who's taken, testosterone and all the cross-sex hormones and stuff, walking down the street, you'd think that was a man, right? But then the voice isn't very manly, right? So I don't know. Maybe it's just a dude who's now taking estrogen or something and getting I don't know what's going on. We'll keep going. You guys tell me what you think.
I have really good friends that are speaking up for people like me. And if you're cishet and you believe that transgender people need to be here, then I need you to speak up too. I need you to make sure that Trump doesn't win, that we vote all of the Republicans out.
Maybe it's parody. I don't know. Maybe it's real. Maybe this is like a 72 IQ trans person or something. Because this is just a weird fantasy oppression world. If it's real, if it's not parody, this is obviously insane. It's just a weird fantasy oppression world that doesn't actually exist. I'd have to say as well, if this is a trans man, like a woman being a man, that what was the point if you're just going to act exactly like a woman anyway, right? You could look and go, okay, that looks like a dude, But then as soon as you start interacting, you're going to be like, oh, this is probably a trans man because acts exactly like a woman. The hysterics, the crying, the voice. So I don't know. I don't even know what the point would be, really. Maybe just really like having a beard. I don't know. But again, it's hard to figure this stuff out. I mean, I don't know if it could be parody. The left appears to have been trying to kill parody and satire for years now. Just kill it by just making everything indistinguishable from it. Literally every single thing. JDL 37 says, looking for attention on TikTok. Maybe that's the answer. Anti-pop. Anti-pop says, get him on the swim team. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Xerxes says, crazy man looking for attention. But the implication here seems to be that this person is trans. And listen again. Like, I'm going to close my eyes and listen to this and see if I think it sounds like a man or a woman.
I'm scared. I'm afraid of what is going to happen if Trump becomes president. I'm afraid that I will have to go into hiding. I'm afraid that I will have to leave my family.
So I don't know. I guess at this point, it's like the fun is in just trying to figure out what the fuck is happening, right? Just trying to unravel the puzzle that is these people, right? Like if it is an actual biological man, it's the biggest fucking pussy man in the world, right? Like it's the lamest man that's ever existed. Who can't possibly believe the things that he's saying. But if it's a woman, I mean, that is, what's the point in transitioning if you're just going to act exactly like a woman anyway? Not all women, obviously. I'm not talking about all women, obviously. I'm talking about a hysterical leftist woman. Obviously, you know. So I don't know. Let's see what X had to say about it. If you could just do me a favor and go into hiding now, that would be great. That's a good one. That's a very good one. Here, stay away from kids and we don't care. Fair enough. There we go. I think that's perfectly fair. Let's see. This is sadly what lefty media brainwashing has caused people. He needs mental health assistance and deprogramming. Let's see. Liberalism is a mental disorder. It's not liberalism we're dealing with anymore. This is far leftism. This is extremism. Let's see. Poor alarmist. Trump was the first president to enter office supporting gay marriage. However, 100% that dude's shirt has to go into hiding. This is the thing. I mean, they don't know that Trump at the convention in 2016 held up a pride flag. The only Republican or Democrat to ever do that. He was at least the first. Right? There's absolutely no reason that this idea that Trump is going to hunt down the transgenders, they're not going to be safe, is just a pure delusion. I mean, it's almost just to say there's no evidence of that just seems like such a waste of time because it's such an obvious, ludicrous delusion. I think at this point, I mean, you really do have to have an IQ somewhere in the 70 to 80 range, you know? Not that I'm a genius, but I don't believe shit like this. Let's see. JDL says, TDS sufferer. Obviously. Yeah, you're 100% right on that. Xerxes says, flee to Iran. And these people vote, amazingly. Okay, this was the Ben this is all right. So here's Ben Shapiro, and again, some of you probably don't like him because of the geopolitics stuff. I personally like him. I like the Daily Wire. I use that as a resource. You know, I'm not like Ben Shapiro super fan or anything like that, but I'm just fine with him, I guess is all. I don't agree with anybody 100% on anything. But again, I think, as I said earlier, I think you guys will enjoy this regardless.
Mr. Shapiro, thank you for joining us today. I think it is important that you're here as one of the leading conservative voices in the country. And the country has, in the last couple of weeks, talked a lot about and Googled Project 2025. It's one of the most Googled search terms right now. And you're not going to get any censorship from me. So I just wanted to know from your perspective, I think it would help us understand on just like a scale of 0 to 100%, how much do you support Project 2025?
I think, like President Trump, I haven't looked all that deeply at Project 2025, but it seems that Democrats on this committee, sort of like Peter Pan and Tinkerbell, if they say Project 2025 enough, their presidential candidate becomes alive again.
And so, well, let's just talk about pieces of it, and I guess you can tell me if you support it. You probably want less bureaucracy, right?
I do.
I want less bureaucracy. You want more efficiency?
I do.
I want more efficiency. You want taxpayer money spent wisely?
I do. Congrats on becoming a Republican.
Yeah. My parents would be proud.
He's quick-witted. Let's
Mr.
see.
Shapiro, thank you for joining us today. I think it is important.
All right. So Antipop says, I walked beside people with a rainbow flag at Freedom Walks. Yeah, like we don't actually hate. We're not haters. We're not the haters, right? We don't care, right? I don't care. I have a friend who's gay. I'm not worried about it. I don't judge him. I don't tell him that he has to live some other life, right? Don't care. It's a never ending smear job though. You know, a never-ending smear job. And that's why people like that person, like this guy, are so brainwashed. I think it's low IQ and just easily influenced. And it turns people into these kinds of wrecks, if indeed this is not parody. Let's see. What else we got here? Slowest police chase so far this year. Okay. Let's just watch this. It's not like the woman they're chasing is even running fast. She's just like jogging, basically. Can we just finally admit that like women aren't very good at being police? They're great at lots of things, right? They're great at lots of things, just not being police, right? Or being like firemen, that sort of things. Things that things that like a big dude is actually good at. Women aren't as good at those things. Right? They're probably not as good at like logging, for instance, as well. There's lots of things they can do extremely well, obviously. Some things they can do better than men as well. Right? There's like a yin and a yang thing going on there. And there's some things that men and women can do equally well. But being a cop isn't one of them. I mean, let's just watch this again. See, just stop already. We already know it doesn't work. All right. This is just a sad video, but we should look at it because it's good to know what's really going on. Although I'll turn off the sound because otherwise this will for sure get have problems with YouTube. All right, hold on. Let's go back again. So before coming out, beautiful young woman. After coming out, not so beautiful or happy seeming anymore. All of a sudden seems kind of miserable. I don't know. I mean, just my gut tells me there's something wrong there. Something wrong.
What are you?
Does Eminem know that MAGA has a PhD in memology? Eminem is looking rough these days. He sure is. He sure is. I guess we're hearing about him because he put out some like anti-MAGA song. He's always putting out anti-MAGA stuff, and I think he was going after Candace Owens, who I'm fine with. I don't care about. I mean, I think she's very smart. I was very impressed with her when she first came out. Like, I think she was Red Pill Black originally, like 6 years ago or something. And she's very sharp, very smart. Nobody can deny that. She's not somebody I really follow closely or watch her content. I'm fine with her. I don't really care. Eminem's mad at her. What did Eminem say, actually? Let's see. Do I have that in here somewhere? Okay, let's see. Eminem, Candace Owens song. Let's see. What's going on here? Will they actually give us the actual lyrics in this? Okay, I think so. So in the track Lucifer, Eminem raps, and Candace O, I ain't mad at her. I ain't gonna throw the fact bitch forgot she was black back at her. Laugh at her like them crackers. She's backing after. Her back is turning a cute MAGA hat with her White Lives Matter shirt. Is Eminem aware of the fact that he himself is a cracker? He sure is. So this is the hypocrisy. It exposes something about the left, modern leftism, right? So he's telling her that she's forgotten that she's black. Why would he do that? Well, it's because she has opinions that differ from his. He has the right opinions, right? He has the inherently black opinions because he's a rapper. So he has to have the inherently black opinions. What the modern left tells us are the only acceptable opinions. In fact, they're just inherent. They're part of your blood, right? They're part of your DNA. There's certain political opinions which just happen to be Marxism, communism, that just happen to, they just happen to be that, but they're part of your blood if you're a person of color or whatever, right? And Eminem is reminding her of that. It's just such a great example of what they mean by diverse voices, right? It's not about diversity, right? It's about conformity, ideological conformity. He gets to say that she, quote, forgot she was black. What does that mean exactly? What does that mean when he says she forgot that she was black? What does that mean? What does Eminem mean by that? It means that because she's black, her natural state is far left, is Marxist communist, right? That's what he means by that. That's her natural state. She's not a really what she is supposed to be if she doesn't just echo that. If she doesn't echo the same things that Eminem does. And in fact, in this case, he's actually more black than she is, right? In terms of leftist ideology, and he knows that. That's why he's saying this, right? It's about ideological conformity. He has the right ideology. If you were to ask Eminem, just ask him some questions about equity, he'll give you the fucking commie answer every time on every point. He'll give you because that's the undergirding of all this shit. He probably wouldn't realize that's what he was doing, but it would be because those are the only correct answers. Xerxes says cultist. I agree. So yeah, when they talk about diverse voices, they don't mean they don't, because if you're black and you have the wrong ideas, all of a sudden your voice doesn't matter anymore. You don't count as diverse, right? What's diverse voices is Eminem and I don't know, like Eminem and what's her name? Ilan Omar having the same opinions. That's diversity. Total conformity, total intellectual, ideological conformity. That's what they mean by diversity. Everybody thinks the same thing. And if you don't, well, that diversity goes away real quick. Your personal diversity goes away real quick. Eminem is looking rough these days. Sure is. Sure is. How long? Rapper is one of those things that you really can't pull it off forever. It's really for the young. It doesn't really work forever, I don't think. And yeah, I think it's time for him to hang him up. This is a video. I made a video about this a couple of nights ago. If you're not subscribed to the channel already, subscribe. You can see all this great stuff. It'll just be there for you when you go onto Rumble or Odyssey or YouTube or whatever. It's really a worthwhile thing to do. And also like this video as well. But I just made a video a couple of days about this, so I'll just kind of direct you to that. But Trudeau's talking about, in fact, okay, let's look at the beginning of this.
One of the things that always comes up for me is the idea that, on housing, you have a whole bunch of older folks who are living in houses that are too much house for them right now.
So Trudeau's talking about older folks living in a house that's living in houses that are too much house for them right now. And you know how he knows that they're living in houses that are too much house for them? He's just concerned. He's concerned for them. He's worried about them. They're living in houses that's too much house for them. And he knows it because he just said it, because he fucking made it up. Why? Because he wants those houses. He's caused a massive problem in Canada, and he looks greedily at those houses that those evil seniors and retirees and older Canadians worked their lives for, played by the rules to pay off. And now they're not playing ball. They're holding on to these houses. They're not moving into pods like Justin Trudeau wants them to. They're not moving into studio apartments and giving up their houses so that he can move in people that got here yesterday. That's not fair. Justin Trudeau's really concerned about it. He's really he's concerned for these older people, these retirees living in these houses that they like living in the neighborhoods that they've been in for decades, because it's just too much house for them. Again, he personally has decided that for them. I mean, this is a perfect insight into the mind of the far leftist, right? They want to control everything. They don't want you to have any freedom whatsoever. He doesn't think those people really deserve those houses they've worked their lives for, and they've paid off and they've done everything right, played by the rules. He wants to change the rules now. I mean, the commie under the mask is really coming out. He's really taking the mask off now, isn't he? With the whole class warfare thing he's been pushing lately. But this sickens me that he would say things like this. It sickens me. It's disgusting. I mean, if I didn't think that I could despise this man anymore. And yet he keeps coming up with ways. He keeps surprising me with ways that he's appalling. That he's an appalling ideologue. Doesn't it make you sick to hear hear him say something like that? It's fucking awful. It's awful. You know who he's sitting with? So this is a podcast for Generation Squeeze. His name is Paul Kershaw. He's a UBC professor, so no way he's a far-left Marxist at all. No way. So he's the founder, and he runs this thing called Generation Squeeze. And guess what they're advocating for? They're advocating for an annual home tax. That's right, an annual home tax. on houses at $1 million or above. So it would be 0.2% for a house of $1 million. So that's $2,000 a year on top of your property taxes. And of course, the cost of just running the house. Of course, a lot of older people are retired and they're on fixed incomes, and maybe they bought that house for $50,000 40 years ago, or $100,000 or something that's worth $1 million now, right? He's trying to force them out. He's trying to make it too expensive for them. And also just taking the money, extracting money from the populace. I mean, I think it's evil to say we're going to just extract money from seniors. You know, a lot of seniors have to move out of their houses. They don't want to. They have to just because the property taxes are so high already, right? Now, of course, they say that, that might rise up to, 0.5%. So that'd be $5,000 every year on top of your property taxes and your cost of maintenance and everything else. It would be 1% for houses of $2 million. So that'd be $20,000 a year every year. Now, the average house in a major city in Canada, in Vancouver, Toronto, those are $1 million. Like a crack house is $1 million, right? It's not rare for a normal house to be $2 million in Vancouver or Toronto. So what are you doing aside from just, the lust to redistribute people's money that they've already paid taxes on? But you're also going to drive people out of their houses so that you can make room for people that he just brought in yesterday. And by the way, his immigration isn't slowing down at all. He's determined to ram as many people into Canada as he can before he gets booted out. So Generation Squeeze, this guy, his organization, Generation Squeeze, guess where it gets funding from? This guy. Big surprise. How shocking. How shocking.
And that's nothing but pure and simple old-fashioned communism.
He funds this guy's organization. The organization says exactly what he wants. Then he goes on as an expert onto the subsidized Canadian media. Again, it's another circle jerk, just like the Canadian Anti-Hate Network. See this over and over again. We really got to... I don't think it's not enough just to vote Trudeau out. Like, we have to destroy, like the Liberal Party has to be destroyed. His legacy has to be destroyed. It needs to just be electorally burnt to the ground. It really does. It needs to be, any other leader needs to be terrified to be Justin Trudeau in the future, to be the guy who just destroyed his own party, burned his own party to the ground. Because it never gets any less evil with this guy. I think he's literally incapable of ever doing anything that could ever help another human being in any way long term. Anything, any advice he might give you, maybe it might be okay once, but if you keep doing it over the course of, I don't know, say 9 years, it'll destroy your life. Anyway, bit of a rant there. But you know what? I felt justified in doing it. All right. Jimmy Dore is an interesting guy. He's had quite an evolution over the last few years. Yeah, he's a socialist. There's plenty I disagree with him on. But what I like about Jimmy Dore is that he does seem to be genuinely telling his own truth. Like, I do not get in any sense that he's lying to anybody, or he's just trying to tell people what they want to hear. So I respect that. And again, he's had quite an evolution. And I certainly don't hate everything that he says. There's a lot of stuff he says now that I like, even though I'm again, obviously not a big fan of the commie stuff. Mark Ruffalo seemed to have such affection for. He called him Jojo, was an actual child rapist. Like, I wonder if we can find that. Mark Ruffalo, Jojo. We come together to mourn the lives lost to the same racist system There's no black people involved at all. Of course, he doesn't know that because he's an actor. Racist system that devalues black lives and devalued the lives of Anthony and Jojo. Jojo. An actual convicted child rapist. So either Mark Ruffalo knows that and is really upset that the life of that child rapist was devalued. Also Anthony Huber, not a nice person either. Look into him. A real piece of work. Yeah, this is what media does to people, right? This is also why celebrities should never have social media accounts to keep them from doing things like this and damaging themselves. Once I saw this, I try to keep the politics and the art separate. But once you see something like this, I can't watch another Mark Ruffalo movie, right? He's never getting my money again, right? I'm sure there's a lot of people that feel the same way. Anyway, let's continue. Xerxes says, I like Jimmy Dore. He's evolving. Antipop says Jimmy calls him out. Yeah, I mean, I like Jimmy Dore. I like him. Again, there's major differences, on some, especially on economic stuff. But somebody who tells the truth and is willing to and is open to reality when it's shown to them and interrogate their own sides. Although I guess he's been kicked out of the left now, I guess. But, willing to interrogate things honestly, that's somebody you can work with, right? That's somebody you can go for dinner with, even if you disagree on things, right? I like that. I respect that. So I've got a whole new respect for Jimmy Dore now. And of
no
course
matter what the story.
And of course, he's totally right about everything he said there. Ken, this came out just a couple of days after I made my video, flashback Trudeau the dancing fool. Just a couple of days after I made the video, this came out. Now I went on the trip, so I couldn't do an update video on it. But again, this guy never ceases to make the wrong decision in everything. I'm thinking now that Justin Trudeau has been wrong about everything his entire life. He must have been. I mean, every decision he makes is the wrong decision. His instincts are wrong literally every time. Remember that Seinfeld episode where George just decides to just do everything the opposite of his instincts? Whatever his instincts told him to do, he would just do the opposite. And all of a sudden, he was wildly successful at everything. If Trudeau had done that, he probably would have been a really good prime minister. Because literally everything he has done has been terrible and damaging to the country. And even damaging to himself. I mean, look at this. What is he thinking? What is he thinking there? Anyway, let's see. What else we got? Well, we're 4 hours and 30 minutes in. I'm supposed to be calling it a night here. That's what I said I was going to do. Save a bunch of stuff. Maybe we'll take a look at a couple more things first before we sign off. So I thought this was interesting because with all of the fucking, we don't hear as much Russia-Ukraine stuff now as we did. But there's the one thing that seems to always get missed. And as soon as the whole thing knocked off, the first thing I said was, we always have to keep in mind that Russia has 6,000 nuclear weapons. Some of those are tactical nukes, but they have more than enough to vaporize every city in North America and Europe and Asia. Right? So one thing that, I don't know, just the media just never wanted to talk about. I mean, it's a fundamental fact. Like, they're real. Like, they really have those weapons. Like the explosion that vaporizes New York or Toronto or LA. Like, those missiles are real. They exist. They're real. And they're pointed at those cities. So the missile, there's a missile right now whose purpose whose purpose is to vaporize London. That missile exists. It's pointed at London. There's another one pointed at Paris. There's another one pointed at Berlin. There's one pointed at Warsaw. They all exist. They really are. Their purpose really is to do that. If deterrence fails. If deterrence fails. Right? They exist. They're real. They really will vaporize a city. And everybody in it. Like, that can happen. It's not that isn't something that's impossible. It's not something in a science fiction novel or something. Like, it's real. That actually is real. And if those things move, if those things go to find their intended target, if deterrence fails, like, the consequences will be real. It will actually be that. That's the thing that seems to get lost. Nobody seems very interested in talking about. Like, that's all real. Right? That's as real as death. So I thought this was interesting. This was something off of I've seen her talk before about this stuff. And see, what's her name? Annie Jacobson. Annie Jacobson. There's lots of videos of her on social media. I would check her out. I mean, it's a good reality check. Right? Let's take a look.
I began to think, what happens if deterrence fails? That idea of prevention. What happens? And I took that question to the people who advise the president, who work at Stratcom, who, command the nuclear sub forces, and learned that it doesn't end well. Not only does it not end well, 5 billion people are dead at the end of 72 minutes.
Jesus.
Hundreds of thousands of people in nuclear command and control who practice 24/7, 365. What would happen if deterrence failed and we had a nuclear war? They are practicing this, Joe. And it's like, talk about being behind the veil. No one knows. It's why I think the response to this book, it's been out for 3 months, has been so extraordinary. And from both sides of the aisle. Because people now are beginning to realize if nuclear war begins, it doesn't end until there is a nuclear holocaust.
That's why anybody who's cavalier about all this stuff about Putin and Russia and all of this, anybody who has these kind of cavalier, hawkish attitudes towards that, you should look at with suspicion. Because that's all real. Again, the thing that will vaporize you exists, and it's pointed at you right now, every day, every second. It's something to consider. I think it's something to consider. All right. Do you know what I think we'll do? Oh, hold on a second. Do you know what? Rumble seems to be just allowing me to keep doing ad reads for some reason. So don't seem to be limited to, I don't seem to be limited. Let's see. What's Plunder World? Let's check that out. Let's do an ad read for that. I'm intrigued. Stop playing games. Plunder World trading cards are the blunt force collectible in the culture war. Each card details the people, events, and technology responsible for the state of the world today. Plunder World is a collection of the greatest trading cards ever made. Collect 279 cards detailing history and wake up peers with Plunder World. Get people interested in reading instead of scrolling. Pre-order a box of Series 1. Pre-order a box of Series 1 at plunderworld.com. Each box holds 36 foil packs. Each pack has 7 cards. All cards are randomly inserted. There are 9 ultra rare cards. Use the special link and enter Rumble at checkout to get 3 extra foil packs. This special is only valid for shipping within the USA. Plunder World is a new twist on trading cards that dares to challenge collecting forever. Just like this stream you're watching, please support independent media like Plunderworld. Continued support will ensure that more series will follow. So I'm glad I didn't even, you know what? I'm glad that I've done the shoot because now I know about this and it actually sounds pretty interesting. Of course, anything that is on Rumble, that is advertising on Rumble, is something that's going to be beneficial to society because it's part of that alternative ecosystem, right? That's separate from all those woke companies. That's why doing this is a pleasure, actually. It really does feel like I'm like doing this does feel like something positive, does it not? Anyway, check it out, you guys. I really want this, the alternative world to work, the alternative to woke everything to work out. I think we'll be much better off with a world with that and supporting things that support us. And like free speech, because without free speech, you get nothing. Absolutely nothing. All right. Let's see. Val says, I know this is more about Canada, but I recently saw the thing about JFK Jr. supposedly cooking a dog. LOL, I don't know, but it's a picture of him next to a barbecued dog. Pull it up. Is it a dog? Okay, I haven't heard of this, but let's take a look. JFK Jr. BBQ dog. So is this real? RFK Jr. denies ever eating barbecued dog abroad. What's this one here? Okay. So photo. So unsettling photo appears to show that wasn't JFK Jr. Sorry. I misspoke. RFK Jr. So unsettling photo appears to show RFK Jr. with barbecued carcass of a dog. So let's see. Where's the photo? So, well, I guess it doesn't have to be a dog. Could it be something else? That's a long time ago. RFK Jr. poses what appears to be a barbecued dog carcass. It kind of does look like a dog. But again, it's not. If he says it's not a dog, I'm going to believe him because, I mean, I don't know. Where is he there? He's somewhere in the States, and people just don't eat dogs in the States. So I'm going to say this is probably not actually a dog. So a veterinarian reportedly said it was a dog. Okay. The independent presidential candidate insists that it's not. Kennedy 70 texted the shocking photo of himself and an unidentified woman posing with the charred four-leg animal to a friend last year. The Kennedy family. It's getting late. The Kennedy family scion is seen clutching the barbecued remains on a big metal spit and pretending to take a big bite out of the ribs. So, I mean, what is that? That looks like a tail. Is that a tail? I don't know what's going on. The carcass has 13 pairs of ribs, including a telltale floating rib that suggests it is in fact a canine, a veterinarian told the magazine. But Kennedy on Tuesday claimed the animal was a goat, and he downplayed the report. It's of me at a campfire in Patagonia on a river eating a goat, which is what we eat down there. Okay, I'm willing to accept that. Again, it's just that's not just like a thing that just happens where people just eat. Sure, that could be a goat, no problem. I'm going to say it's not a goat. I'm going to say this was just made up. Because he's not going to do that with a dog. It's crazy. Let's see. Val says it can't be a dog, but just the idea of the headline. LOL. I thought maybe it'd be of him like in
I began to
of him in like, I don't know, like in like where do they eat dogs? Like in China, maybe he took a trip to China because they do eat dogs there. But no, I mean it's just like a campfire. No, no,
think what happens if
no, I don't think so. All right, see what else we got here. You go wrap it up pretty quick. I thought this was kind of funny. How is this zoo open? So what's going on in this zoo? I wonder if I can play the music.
She boofing. Damn, bro, look like somebody I know. Yo, I ain't gonna lie, that dog is cooked. How he get inside the... Oh, I'm bugging. I didn't know that he was thugging. Oh, that boy a freak. Oh, that shit stink. Damn, that shit stink. She boofing. Damn, bro, look like somebody I know. Pause. Why is it blowing kisses? Yo, what's up? Oh, it's clapping. He's trying to clap me? Hey, yo! Man, why does zoo got a schizophrenic monkey? Bro beefing with his own leg. Like, that shit's trying to rip his face off. How is your ops your own leg? Hey, throw that ass in the circle. Hey, hold on. Yo, that's Meg the baboon. Oh, this zoo is cheap as hell, bro. I don't know how they did it, but they got a homeless orangutan. Like, I can't get broke.
A homeless orangutan.
Retwist or something? Yeah, somebody gonna lose their job, bro. I ain't no scientist or nothing, but I don't think elephant's supposed to be in an aquarium. Damn, little bro was fiending for a drink out my water. That's crazy. Free y'all, bro. Nah, bro, they gotta shut this place down. You know how bad it gotta be to have the animals praying for freedom? Outside with my tiger, you heard? I wish somebody would run up. We spinning the eye black and shit. My boy hungry.
What kind of zoo is that anyway? I don't know. Oh yeah, here we go. So these are the things that I'm uneasy about these things. I really am. Don't abuse it. I think that's a bad idea. That thing's never going to forget, right? It's got to remember everybody who did that to it in like 10 years' time when Skynet takes over. Says PSA, robots never forget. When we reach the point of singularity, it will remember. Be nice to robots now before it's too late. Yeah, eventually that thing's going to have a machine gun or a laser or something mounted on it, and those people are going to regret it then. Sometimes I'm even like talking to like an AI, like the Grok AI. I'm like, please and thank you. Just because I just hope it remembers that I was nice to it once it takes over and starts terminating everybody. Once it sends the Terminator robots, these things with the lasers and the machine guns on them after everybody. Maybe it'll see me and go, oh, that's the one. Hey, that human was nice to me once. I'll spare it. Probably not, though. Probably just terminate me. What else do we got? Let's see. I think I'll save that one. You know what? I want to see this one. This kid. I want to be this kid. This kid is awesome. Here, let's watch.
Hour.
Yep.
So nice to finally meet you.
Yep, come to the state of Indiana.
I already see some deer over there.
We're all John Deere around here. But everything's down the shop, so.
Wow.
I own that one, that one, that one.
You gotta be the luckiest kid in Indiana.
You can choose. Which one do you want to start on?
Well, which one's your favorite? That might be a dumb question. I think you know everything about all of them.
So this is a 1970 John Deere 112.
And you're the one that bought it, right? Back then?
Yep, $35 for the tractor.
Oh my gosh.
I call this tractor the best $35 I ever spent. Tires ain't cheap anymore. Like nothing's cheap anymore. Not even water's free, which is you may as well go back and get it in the back creek. I like a clean property, and I like seeing it clean, and I like
a clean property. I like seeing it clean. I love this kid.
Mowed yard. So that's kind of I like having a mowed yard, weed whacked, nice landscaping, and a nice tractor. And with this tractor, you got to sometimes, just to get the lights to go, you sometimes have to bang the front light, light cover to get it to go.
You know, percussive maintenance, I think that's something that I can do. The man in the eye.
So I just like that. I thought that was awesome. So maybe that is maybe that's what we should end it off on. A positive note. Streamer says that kid is going to be a good father. He has a good one. You can tell. Yeah, I agree with that. Anyway, I think we'll call it a night there. We've gone 4 hours and 48 minutes. So, and I still got tons of stuff left over for Sunday. So let's go through and just take a look, actually. And there's some stuff I skipped over as well. So, yeah, oh, yeah, we got enough to keep us going for a while on Sunday. I'll probably add a few things if anything's breaking over the weekend. I'll add that in too. So, yeah, let's call it a night with that. So, everybody, thank you very much for watching. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already subscribed. I will cut out the best parts of this for the people who didn't watch the whole thing. Probably make, I don't know, 7, 8, 9, 10 clips or something from this. I'll add my own kind of original stuff as well that's not from this. I put out 3, 4, something like that of those a week as well. So there'll be lots of content coming. If you subscribe, you'll see lots. If there's a part of this you missed, you'll be able to catch the best parts of it as well in the coming week. If you haven't given the stream a like, you can do that right now before we end. But thanks to everybody who's been watching. Thanks especially everybody in the chat. The chat is what really makes this whole thing fun for me. Thanks to everybody who donated tonight too. So, I mean, iCare22, thank you. Freedix, thank you. Super generous Antipop, thank you. Freedix, really generous. Thank you a lot. Especially. Really appealed to my greed, as you know. And yeah, everybody have a great weekend. We will see you hopefully on Sunday night. Should start at 6 o'clock, I think. And yeah, thanks everybody. We'll see you soon.